What's up, everybody? It's your main man, Killer B, the goddamn witch finder general. You got a witch. Oh, I wasn't supposed to swear on this. It happens. But got a good show for you guys tonight. You guys hang out for a while. I got a lot of information to go over with you guys. So, that, y'all hang on in here. And Killer B will be right back right after the intro.
And inhumanity the man portrayed on the screen so vividly that you flinch. This man showed no mercy in the pursuit and interrogation of his victims. He was called the Witch Finder General.
Witch finding ain't easy. Fucking trick clock. Yeah, this one. Y'all can get your hands locked, spin away like prison. Intelligence agencies tracing. Seeing what I did lately, amazing. They not seeing all the sheep graceful. Flaming pins of Josh, get rocked. Mountaintops go fly. Right enough, fight enough. Get them so nice when I expose. Fuck y'all flow, costume shop roll. Catch info like a stroll. Feeling old, so grab a switch. I'ma extol my foes cause they snitch. Since they can't do with me, I'ma do with them. That chopped off head will still spin. Burning witches in they sin. You can't lie, you can't die. I know what y'all said. Just as flesh decay, but eternally, I don't see it that way. Pave the road clear is what you said, but your thought gonna leave people dead. Claim God, God don't know you. Watch your desires overthrow you. Man fall down, man go boom. Mask wearing like doom. All caps like y'all yelling. That's a rap. Might as well be felons. Y'all words will never see. On YouTube, acting precious. This the nexus. Feel the sun from the solar plexus. Taking breakfast, finding all those devices that detect us. Yo, show respect, cuz.
And what line of business, my dear? God's business? Witch finding? Witch finding. Oh, that's
all he needs for that next buzz. Or some blood. Watch the general pool bloods. Internet warriors caught up in dark corridors. Fiction like Mordor. Should've stayed on the floor. Y'all know no origins. Laughing orphans, even though we got royal blood coursing. No more horsing. Real life's more important. Y'all speaking curse on yourself. Claiming God and no one else. Blast you off the shelf. Burn your whole library. I see you do it. Look, y'all claim and learn. Reading from the Jewish books. Y'all some cookie crooks. Lips caught up with a hook. Spooky beats drive me wild. Get stabbed, my knife, holy child. Old man, old style. Used to be killed out the Nile. And I did it with a smile. Fake roots, smell vile. Rock like Hendrix at the aisle. After a while, see Egyptians on the trial. Yeah, you, the one claiming brew. Unglued and unruly. Expose their actions fully. Call me a bully, but that's fine. This is how you get bullied straight from the mind. Burning. Cats out there, have faith in y'all, have faith. They really need all this, that they know all this. Maybe they speak a language, curses.
Be the first to see it. Be the first to talk about it. The Witch Finder General.
That's right. I'm the Witch Finder General. I'm here. Come on, y'all. Come on in here. Hit that like button on the way in. Let's get this information out. We're going to have a good show for y'all tonight. Open up the panel. Anybody got a few things and share some information and stuff. Let me move a little closer to my screen here so y'all can hear me better. All right. So, all right here. Let's get this thing here on the road. Let me share this thing one more time. Get some more people up in here so I don't be lonely. All right. Oh no. Hopefully we get my boy Ratchet Craig up in here. Some information. All right. So how y'all doing? How y'all doing tonight? This morning, rather. Friday. Damn, the week went by fast. We were doing a little giggling earlier this afternoon. For those of y'all that know what happened, y'all know what happened. You know what I'm saying? But we're not going to talk about that. So if we don't move on to bigger and better things and stuff, we don't have to speak on that stuff. You know, things happen for a reason. You know, more of all that stuff. But, you know, I might get back on it, maybe. But, put the link in the chat. We're going to talk about something interesting tonight. For those of y'all that are new to the channel, I'm known for other things, but I also like to share rare information. A lot of Black history stuff, a lot of current events and stuff like that. And give my perspective on it. I don't force any of you guys to believe what I believe, or think the way I think. I just want you guys to think. You know, you all have your own brain. You can talk. It's healthy to talk with other people about these things and stuff and have discussions, and we all here to have fun. So I'm going to be talking about the slave trade tonight. I know you guys hear stuff about the slave trade all the time and stuff, especially some of y'all know what I'm talking about, those type of people and stuff on Facebook. The reason I'm doing this video, I'm going to share, it shouldn't be rare information. It's not rare information, but it's rare to a lot of the people that subscribe to me. Some of them. And it's like that whole crowd and stuff, which I'm really desperately trying to get away from. I still got my heart over there a little bit. So, you know, I like to share some stuff to get those people out of those situations. So we're going to be talking about the United States and their fight to end the slave trade. I know a lot of y'all saying, what the hell are you talking about? Right? You know, I'm not a big fan of Afrocentrism. I believe that Afrocentrism has plagued the minds of a lot of Black people in this country to get a false idea of what really went on quite some time ago. And tonight I'm going to be sharing some information about transatlantic slave trade and what presidents, some are founding fathers of this country, thought about slavery. I'm going to be talking about what the government has done to bring an end to slavery in those times. And we're going to dabble on some other little things too, like the Barbary pirates and stuff. So what's up, Ramel? I put the link in here. Yeah, I hear you, man. That's why I'm doing this video. I wanted to do it anyway, but you know, I'm just trying to stay away from all that stuff. It's not. It doesn't do me any good. You know what I mean? So it's not worth it. I'll put the link. If you want to come on and stuff, we can talk about this, about some of this information I'm going to bring. All right, so there's a link. You want to come in here, so I can get this thing on the road. Read some stuff here. Got a lot of information I want to do. We're going to talk about the importation of these slaves, and how the U.S. Constitution had protected the country from the importation of slaves. The Importation of Slaves Act, I believe, was signed in we're going to go over it tonight. I believe it was 1802. The United States banned the importation of slaves. A lot of Black Americans don't even know anything about that. They only know when slavery was abolished in this country later on in 1860s. So with that, and I blame it on Afrocentrism, right? A lot of people could disagree with me and stuff, but I don't care. I don't know, you could debate me on it, right? We've been taught just about Abraham Lincoln freeing the slaves. Before that, we were getting chopped up, murdered, hung, burned, and all this stuff, which is true. It has happened. But people seem to blame the country, like the government, for this, right? I blame the people within the country, some of the people, not all of the people, right? But we're gonna look at tonight what the government said about slavery and what some slave owners have said about slavery, particularly the presidents that have owned slaves and what they thought about Africans, the African slaves, slavery in general, right? So let's get this thing started here. I'm not going to share the screen. I don't really need to share the screen today. Mel, you going to come up in here? Oh, shit. Yeah, right. I heard of that, Israelite Elect. We're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about that. I can just mention that now. So there's an underwater sculpture in Grenada Ocean of slaves chained together praying. He says they used to tie them to the anchor all chained together when they were going to get caught. Yep. I was going to talk about that. The British they were policing the ocean, the coast of the countries and stuff, and trying to stop the slave trade, the slave traders and stuff from importing the slaves. And what they would do sometimes when these people would approach the ships, they would take the slaves and throw them overboard so they wouldn't get caught with the slaves, because there was a steep fine. I believe it was $100 per slave that they were fined if they were caught with a ship that had slaves on board. So what they would do before they would approach, they would throw all the slaves overboard, chained together, and these slaves and stuff would drown, which is very fortunate and a horrible thing. Mel says, white people went across the globe ending slavery. British Empire. 1 second, Killer B. I'm about to pull up to my shorty spot. All right. Okay, so let's get in this. I gotta start. I don't know where I'm going to start, but I'm just going to start here. Talk about the blockade of Africa. Blockade of Africa began in 1808 after the United Kingdom outlawed the Atlantic slave trade. 1808. After the United Kingdom outlawed the Atlantic slave trade, making it illegal for British ships to transport slaves. The Royal Navy immediately established a presence off Africa to enforce the ban, called the West African Squadron. Although the ban initially applied only to British ships, Britain negotiated treaties with other countries to give the Royal Navy the right to intercept and search their ships for slaves. Stop right there. 1808. Those are 1808. This country was founded in 1776. Right? So this isn't too much time after the birth of the nation. And as we see here, the United Kingdom started it, and they started to make treaties with other countries to give the Royal Navy a right to intercept any ships that had slaves on board. The 1807 Act prohibiting importation of slaves abolished the intercontinental slave trade in the United States, but the ban was not widely enforced. 1809, some effort was made by the United States Navy to prevent the slave trade. This mostly consisted of patrols of the shores of the Americas and in the mid-Atlantic, the latter being largely unsuccessful due to the difficulty of intercepting ships mid-ocean. As part of the Webster-Ashburton Treaty in 1842, it was agreed that both countries would work together on the abolition of the slave trade, which was deemed piracy. And like I said, we can talk about the pirates and stuff. There are too. And to continue the blockade of Africa, the U.S. Navy involvement continued into the beginning of the Civil War in 1861. The following year, the Lincoln administration gave the UK full authority to intercept U.S. ships. Slavery wasn't made illegal in the United States until 1865, when Congress ratified the 13th Amendment banning slavery. The Royal Navy Squadron remained in operation until 1870. United Kingdom involvement. The slave trade and all manner of dealing and trading in the purchase, sale, barter, or transfer of slaves, or of persons intended to be sold, transferred, used, or dealt with as slaves, practiced or carried on in, at, to, or from any part of the coast or countries of Africa shall be, and the same is hereby utterly abolished, prohibited, and declared unlawful. Under this act, if a ship was caught with slaves, there was a fine of 100 euros per enslaved person. This fine was usually paid by the ship's captain. In order to enforce this, 2 ships were dispatched to the African coast. Their primary mission was to prevent British subjects from slave trading and also disrupt the slave trades of the UK's enemies during the Napoleonic Wars. The original 1807 Act only allowed for British ships to be searched and applied only to British subjects. The slave trade on the African coast therefore continued through without, at least on a legal basis, the presence of British slavers. However, in 1810, under considerable diplomatic pressure, a convention with Portugal was signed widening the mandate of the Royal Navy. In 1815, Portugal strengthened their anti-slavery legislation by abolishing all trade north of the equator, allowing the Royal Navy a much freer hand. With the conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars, Britain obtained treaties that several other powers, included France, which abolished this trade entirely in 1815, but did not commit to right of search. In Spain, which agreed to cease trade north of the equator in 1818, and the south of the equator in 1820. A clause was also inserted into the Congress of Vienna, which called for the eventual abolishment of the trade by all signatories. In 1826, Brazil signed an agreement similar to Portugal and seized trade north of the equator. The UK's slave trade suppression efforts attempted to remain within the primitive international laws of the time. Slavers had to be tried in courts. British vessels were taken to vice admiralty courts, and those of foreign states which had treaties with the UK were taken to courts of mixed commission. Mixed commission courts had representation from both the UK and other nations in question to ensure a fair trial. Many were established at key points along the coast of Africa and its islands. However, the reluctance of the powers greatly curtailed the ability of the courts to operate. Sometimes the foreign representation would never arrive or arrive exceptionally late. The Brazilian ambassador, in spite of the court opened in 1826, did not arrive until 1828, and he reversed all judgments carried out in the absence of his arrival. All right, so get down a little bit here. The British Royal Navy commissioned the West Africa Squadron in 1807. see if anybody say anything in the chat here. So China had seized that household slaves. Facts, the Indian indentured servants of the Caribbean were really Ethiopians from Bengal that were slaves of Indians. They were kings, but then oppressed through caste. They were kings, but then oppressed through caste. Okay. Say here. And the United States Navy did so as well in 1842. The squadron had the duty to protect Africa from slave traders. You hear that? You hear that? The British and the United States were protecting Africa from slave traders. This squadron effectively aided in ending the transatlantic slave trade. In addition to the West Africa Squadron, the Africa Squadron had the same duties to perform. However, these faced the problem when finding enough sailors for the coastlines of Africa. The Liberian coastal crew people were hired as these sailors, which allowed the West African Squadron to patrol the coast of Africa effectively. Following the 1807 Act, 2 ships had been dispatched to the African coast for anti-slavery patrol. By 1818, the squadron had grown to 6 ships, with a naval station established in 1819 at what is now Freetown and a supply base of Ascension Island, later moved to Cape Town in 1832. The resources were further increased. In the middle of the 19th century, there were around 25 vessels and 2,000 personnel, with a further 1,000 local sailors. Between 1808 and 1860, the West Africa Squadron captured 1,600 slave ships and freed 150,000 Africans. 150,000. Unfortunately, this does not exactly reduce the number of deaths of African slaves. Thousands of Africans lost their lives. If the captain of the ship knew they were being approached by a squadron vessel, the captain would order for the slaves to be thrown overboard, still shackled. Very few would make it to shore. So as we see here, individual companies or just individuals would try to go to Africa, capture slaves. I'm sure some of the Africans were willing to give up slaves from, I guess, some other tribes and stuff like that for goods, because there was a sale. Perhaps there were other people from the UK, people from America, people from Portugal, Spain, that were living on the west coast of Africa that was getting these slaves for the people at the ships. And what we see, like I talk about Afrocentrism, this stuff isn't taught with them. What is taught is just the brutal, evil things that happen to African people and other people that were enslaved in America. But Afrocentrics only, they only mention the Africans. And it's a shame, because what it does psychologically, it makes Black people afraid or have a lot of hate for this country, have a lot of hate for the other citizens that aren't like them in this country, blaming people that had nothing to do with the slave trade. And it doesn't show a proper use of what's the word? How I'm trying to say this. It doesn't show how the proper way America was, the things that actually happened, how America, just like, for example, what we have going on today in the United States with the police shootings and stuff like that. Just imagine 100, 200 years from now in history books or a certain particular group of people educating their group on U.S. history and would say that all policemen were killing black people. You know what I mean? And when we look at it, it's not all policemen doing this. It's not a thing for the police departments to say, hey, we're going to go out today and we're going to kill as many black people as we can. Any black people that run for, we're just going to shoot them. Those things will be portrayed like that by certain people 200, 100 years from now. In actuality, things were different. You know, like I said, like my father, he's from the Jim Crow era and stuff like that. And some things he talked about back then, and the way I thought about him, and the way he was there, he'll tell me a totally different story from what I learned from whatever source I learned it from. Usually the street, you know, Afrocentric books and stuff like that. Somebody came in here. Oh man, I was off the spot. Yeah. All right, that's Ramel.
What up, killer?
Hey, what up? What's up, Ramel?
What's good, dog? Had to go to 7-Eleven and give me some coffee, my nigga.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
Yo, them dudes don't like what you're saying, but that's the truth, bro.
Yeah. So no, what's up, Siberius?
And see what it is what happened is they've been brainwashed by white liberals to hate America, bro, and to blame everything on America. And they ask for Americans to do for them something that they won't do for these damn self. And that's just get up and handle your business and be responsible for your own shit, bro.
Yep. Yep. I was thinking about this thing the other night. I just want to talk about this for a quick second. There's this white woman I saw like yo, you got bad wind. Any way you can block that wind? It sounded like you in a wind tunnel. All right, thanks. There was a woman, it was a white woman, and she was speaking. Damn, what actually I'm trying to think of the words that she said, but I don't know, maybe it was a crazy thought I just had in my head. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, all right, this woman is speaking on black issues and stuff. Like, she knows what goes on. Yeah. She was like, well, when you go for a job application, they're just gonna put your application aside or in the garbage. And I just thought, I could be right or wrong, I don't know, but I was like, she's saying this like she's done it. You know what I mean? I was like, you're speaking on this, but did you experience this? Like, you might have heard somebody say this, but you're speaking like from experience. So that experience wouldn't be with you. That experience would be from you doing it. So I was just like, yo, like, it was kind of crazy. It disturbed me. Like, know what I mean? It was kind of bugged out. But I can get back out of this thing here. What up, Shamian? Siberian. Yo, it's just crazy, yo. So let me continue reading some of this, yo. And then when you want to chime in, just chime in. All right. End of the trade. In spite of the British best efforts to pursue suppression through diplomatic means, the trade persisted. Public opinion was beginning to turn against the anti-slavery efforts due to the huge costs, the diplomatic repercussions they caused, and the damage caused to other trade. Opposition in the Commons emerged from anti-coercionists who were opposed to the use of British coercion in other nations and prolonged military action against slavers. The anti-coercionists were a mixed group of free trade activists and anti-slavery activists who saw the only way to end the trade was to establish a legitimate commerce with Africa. Their leader, Thomas Forwell Buxton, advocated a renewed naval effort until legitimate commerce would be established. In 1839, he published The African Slave Trade and Its Remedy, which contained a top-to-bottom critique of the British efforts thus far. The work was highly influential and gave Buxton a leading role in the planning of the Niger expedition of 1841 to attempt to establish training posts along the Niger River to create an alternative to slave trade. Although the plan had offered a long-term solution to the slave trade, unfortunately, the expedition ended in failure, with many of the Europeans falling ill. In 1845, Buxton died with his ambitions unfulfilled. From 85, the anti-coercionist cause became more radical and much less concerned with the plight of Africans. This new generation of anti-coercionists did not include the abolitionists. Free trade advocates such as William Hutt were opposed to naval actions and argued the trade would eventually die naturally. And the UK's interference was unwarranted. Such was their influence, there was even a motion in the Commons to end the naval activity, which became dangerously close to ending the West African Squadron and also the career of the Prime Minister John Russell, who threatened resignation should the motion be carried. To prevent a repeat of this, swift action was taken. Brazil was still one of the largest slaves trading nations and continued to defy British diplomatic calls to cease trading. In 1846, Palmerston returned as foreign secretary. In 1850, permitted Royal Naval vessels to enter Brazilian waters in orders to blockade slavers on both sides of the Atlantic. By 1852, the Brazilian trade could be said to be extinct. For Palmerston, the naval campaign on the coast of Brazil had brought the long drawn-out saga of the Brazilian trade to a resolution within 12 months. The many years of British pressure on the United States to join vigorously in fighting the Atlantic slave trade had been neutralized by the southern states. However, the onset of the Civil War and Lincoln administration became eager to sign up humanitarian and military objectives combined. To the North, anti-slavery was an important military tool with which to harm the Confederate army. Harm the Confederate economy. It also won praise, sympathy, and support on the international stage and dampened international support for the southern states who defended their right to keep slaves. I see here on an international level. You know what I mean? So all these countries were joining in saying, hey, this thing that's going on is wrong. We have to put an end to this, right? And now you say the international, like the southern states was bucking up against it, but the international, all the countries and stuff was like, hey, we ain't gonna fuck with you and shit. You keep fucking with these slaves and shit. Like, you know what I mean? So people started to turn on them. We can talk about this some more too later on. In the Lyons-Stewart Treaty of 1862, the United States gave the UK full authority to crack down on the transatlantic slave trade when carried on by U.S. ships. With the end of the hostilities, the UK and the U.S. will continue cooperating. In 1867, Cuba, under much pressure from the two nations, gave up its trade. Now, you guys go check out my history of Cuba and Paulo Miyambe. You're going to get some education too on the slave trade and stuff, on the things that was going on in Cuba. Now we're going to talk about the United States involvement. The United States Constitution in 1787 had protected the importation of slaves for 20 years. The Pennsylvania Abolition Society held its first meeting at the temporary capital, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In 1794, on April 7, 1798, the Fifth Congress passed the act that imposed, now this is 1798, that imposed the act suppose a $300 per slave penalty on all persons convicted of performing the illegal importation of slaves. It was an indication of the type of behavior and course of events soon to become commonplace in the Congress. So $300 per slave penalty for people that perform illegal importation of slaves. On Thursday, December 12, 1805, in the 9th Congress, Senator Stephen Roe Bradley of the state of Vermont gave notice that he should, on Monday next, move for leave to bring in a bill to prohibit the importation of certain persons therein described into any port or place within the jurisdiction of the United States from and after the first day of January, which will be in the year of our Lord, 1808. His words will be repeated many times by the legislatures in the 9th Congress. The certain persons were described as being slaves on Monday, December 16, 1805. Weary of offending the slaveholders to the least degree, the Senate amended the proposed Senatorial Act, then passed it to the House of Representatives, whereat it became scrutinized and figuratively poked and prodded. Cautiously, ever mindful of not inciting the wrath of slaveholders, members of the House produced a bill that would explain the Senatorial Act. The two measures are bound together, with the House bill being called H.R. 77 and the Senate Act being called the Act to Prohibit the Importation of Slaves into any port or place within the jurisdiction of the United States from and after the first day of January in the year of our Lord, 1808. The bond measure also regulated the coastwise slave trade. The bond measure was placed before President Thomas Jefferson on the 2nd, March 1807 for his probation. Now, I did a video on Thomas Jefferson the other day. Few people that didn't get 100 views. Go ahead. You wanted to say something, Ramon?
No. Thomas Jefferson was one of the first ones.
Yep.
That spoke out about it because he actually fell in love with one of his slaves and had a child.
Absolutely. Even though he had slaves, he didn't like it. He thought it was a bad thing. And he said something really interesting too. He said that he hoped that one day that these slaves free can take the trade and the things that they learn here in this country to go back to their land by choice if they want to, not saying don't take your ass on back to Africa. No, he wasn't saying that. He was saying if you wanted to, the ones that wanted to go home, that they take the trade and teach the people in his country so Africa can become prosperous and be able to participate in trade on a level with the rest of the world.
Yeah. And they did that with Liberia. Yep,
absolutely.
Someone took that call and went right back to Liberia and developed it. Yep.
On that video I did on Cuba and Palmayambe too, I speak on that too with a lot of what happened with a lot of slaves. A lot of slaves came back to America too. A lot of slaves went home and said, yo, I'm going back because it's better back over there than over here.
More developed. Yeah.
It says 1807, the Act of Congress was modified and supplemented by the 15th Congress. The importation of slaves into the United States was called piracy by Act of Congress that punctuated the era of good feeling in 1819. We're going to talk about that era of good feeling. Any citizen of the United States found guilty of such piracy might be given the death penalty. The role of the Navy was expanded to include patrols off the coast of Cuba, South America, the naval activities in the Western Atlantic bore the name of the African Slave Trade Patrol of 1820 to 1861. The blockade of Africa was still being performed in the Eastern Atlantic at the same time. Now, that's deep. So if you was caught bringing in slaves legally, your ass could be put to death.
That's your ass.
Yep. So now you think, oh, these wicked ass white people and shit. They was putting up to death.
Dude, that's why, look, bro, that's why I hate when them dudes be sitting there talking about, yo, it's like no matter what you try to do, you could go to college, whatever you try to do, you're just not going to make it because you're black. And there's somebody out there that's going to stop you from becoming what you want to become because you're black. That is the most bullshit that has been fed into our fucking minds by white liberals, and these brothers hang on to that shit. Like, how can you get somebody, say for my instance, how can you get somebody whose mother was homeless, living in the volunteers of a fucking America in a shelter with 2 twin boys in her belly and a little girl in her arms, make it on her own to get off of welfare on her own, go to college, become a school teacher, and pay back everything to welfare?
Yep.
So like how can y'all say that? And then take that's my mother. You know what I mean? I didn't have a father. You know what I mean? He got ghosts. So to sit there and look at me and my success, like, motherfucker, I've been working for like 25 years now. D, I'm on my way to retire soon, homeboy. So it's like these little, and I'm gonna retire young. Before I'm 50, I'm retiring, dude. So it's like nobody gave me that. I had to get my ass up and go get it. And like my mom always said, teach me, if you're looking for an excuse to why you can't do this or do that, all you need to do is go in the bathroom and look in the mirror. You are the fucking excuse. Ain't nobody stopping you from doing shit. And if you got to pick up a gun and go smoke them niggas around the corner, take a different route. You ain't got to walk through that bullshit. Leave that shit alone. And listen, bro. Thank God I did.
Out this video, this lecture, I'm trying to cut down the cussing. It's the.
And that's how you hate it, truck. My bad. And that's why I hate when dudes be sitting there playing that, like, you know what I mean, like, oh, the white people this, the white people that. They don't understand that they've been fed that nonsense by white liberals. And it like I said, it even starts in school. Like they own the textbooks. These liberal elites, they run the textbooks. They're the ones in control of the government right now in America with all this nonsense that they're putting out. You know what I mean? Your sons could be butterflies and this and that and anything but a man. And it's like, yo, bro, they got us looking at everything wrong. Same thing with the Bible. Ain't no God gonna come like I asked to do the other day, talking all that stuff. You know what I mean? About, you know, we want our own nation and shit. But wait a minute, bro. If you want your own nation, it's time we build up our army and we go invade and take something. You got to put in the work for that. It's not just going to happen for you. So the War of Armageddon is at Mount Hermon, correct?
All right, we're not going to get biblical. We don't want to get biblical.
Yeah, no, I know. But if you're going to prepare for war in the Middle East, that's where you got to be at, in the Middle East. So dude going to tell me, yeah, well, I'm going to wait for God to go fight it for me. And whoa, man, you just lost the battle right there. You just sat down on the sideline and said, I'm not even going to participate, and I'm going to wait for somebody to drop out the sky and do it for me. That's the biggest trick on our minds that we want to get.
Yeah, and like you said, like my father was born in like the early 30s, right? And like living like, you ever see the movie Sounder? That's how they was living. You know what I mean? In the deep south, the house on cinder blocks. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Probably the house might have had a dirt floor. Who knows? But he ain't never been on welfare.
There you go. Yeah, back in those days, bro, black people were doing well, my man. In the 30s, black people were it was more married couples of blacks than whites. In the 40s, there were more blacks working than whites. So it's like, yo,
it was hard. This is something that a lot of people don't know too. Like the kids get out for summer vacation. Vacation was only for black kids.
Then you go work them fields. That's where they get Halloween. That's where they get Halloween from. When the kids are done working the fields, they give them something to enjoy. Like they've been working summer all through the summer. They've been working the crops and gathering the harvest. So when that's all said and done, they give them like a little something, a little relaxed time to have and be children again. And that's where the whole concept of trick or treating and all that come from. But if you listen to these dudes, oh, they're worshiping devils. Oh my God! Listen, bro, don't nobody on Halloween in my neighborhood do seances to witches or anything. We go out and get candy and have fun with kids. All that negative, it's just an attack on America's culture and our morals and values. That's all it is. And these dudes can't even see through that. Like, yo, you're basically a pawn for China. You're basically a pawn for China. F the white man, F Christmas. And Christmas is actually tied to Hanukkah. On December 25th, 160 BC, is the Festival of Lights, Hanukkah. That's when the temple was restored by Maccabees. Like, what do you like? And then, okay, so well, you know, Christmas is the devil and this and that. Man, that's why they light up the whole God. That's why Christians take and hang lights all around town. It's the festival of lights. It's just entwined.
Hold on. You on a roll, man.
Yeah, they drive me crazy with their nonsense, bro.
They do. I know they do. Well, we can have a show for that one night. But it just shows that, like, you know what I'm saying? These people are like, is desperately like brainwashed. I got a lot of information I got to go over. So let me fly through this stuff here.
Go ahead.
We can talk about this era of good feeling. The era of good feeling marked a period of political history in the United States that reflected a sense of national purpose and of desire. I'm still laughing at you wilding out for unity in the aftermath. Maybe you are better off in the chat.
Man. It's just the ignorance is just amazing, bro. Like you said, the brainwashing is deep.
Yeah, it is. The era saw the collapse of the Federalist Party and an end to the bitter partisan disputes between it and the dominant Democratic Republican Party during the first party system. Hit that like button, y'all. Come on now. President James Monroe strove to downplay partisan affiliation in making his nominations with the ultimate goal of national unity and eliminating the political parties altogether from the national politics. All right, there was a good part in here I wanted to get to. Let me see if I can find it. I looked up all this stuff last night. I wanted to do it last night while I was watching something. What was it here that I wanted to get to? Failure of the amalgamation, the rise of the Republicans. Where is it? You know what? I'm going to skip over that and go back to this thing. I don't know why I wanted to read the era of good. Whatever it's called. Squadron Operate, Black Ivory. Okay, yeah, here we go. African Squadron Operations. American naval officer Matthew Calbreth Perry was the executive officer aboard Cyane in 1819, which had escorted the Elizabeth, whose passengers included former slaves moving from the United States to Africa. President James Monroe had the Secretary of the Naval Order and the American vessel to convoy. I'm still laughing at you. Vessels to convoy the Elizabeth to Africa with the first contingent of free slaves with the American Colonization Society was resettling there. Of the 86 black immigrants sailing on the Elizabeth, only 1/3 were men. The rest were women and children. In 1821, Perry commanded Shark in the African Squadron. Alligator, under the command of Lieutenant Robert F. Stockton, was also in the African Squadron in 1821 and captured several slavers. Lieutenant Stockton also convinced the local African chief to relinquish land around Cape Mesurado, about which Liberia grew. Stockton became the commander of the U.S. Navy's first screw-propelled steamer, the Princeton, in 1843. Wow. Okay, so it seems here that so they got land too. So this was like the birth of Liberia grew. So these people, I guess, needed like a little what we call it? A little, not a depot. What is called like because they got them out here for like a substation, I guess.
A port.
Yeah, like a port for them to, like, you know what I'm saying? They can monitor stuff or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? On the 26th and 27th November 1842, aboard the Somers and the African Squadron, Commander Alexander Slidell Mackenzie ordered the arrest of 3 crewmen who were plotting to take control of the ship. The 3 crewmen were convicted They were hanged on the 1st of December. This is the only occurrence of maritime mutiny at law. Maritime mutiny at law in the history of the United States Navy. Commodore Perry was placed in command of the African Squadron in 1843. Ships which captured slavers while deployed with the African Squadron included Yorktown Constellation and the 2nd Constellation, which captured Cora in the 26th of 1860 with 750 Africans on board. The first man, Jacinto, captured the brig Storm King on August 8th, 1860, off the mouth of the Congo River, with 616 Africans on board. In her final act, Constitution captured H.N. Granville in 1853. The Navy attempted to intercept slave ships from 1808 to 1866. A small number of ships were intercepted. From some of those ships were carrying Africans destined to be sold into slavery, while other suspected ships, which had none on board, were captured and escorted away from the coast of Africa. So you see here, this is almost like a drug block. Got the cops patrolling around, trying to control the traffic. Like out here, they had a big thing with the Latin Kings and stuff out here in the 90s. And they had to bring the National Guard in to put barriers, you know, like the highway barriers that be in between the highway, the big cement. They put them in the middle of the street, like 3 of them, in the middle of the street, like a triangle. So you couldn't, like, you got a cross street, like a 4-way intersection. Now, one of those streets, you can only go left. You can't go or right. You can only go left.
They did that in Camden too, Killer.
Huh?
They did that same thing. They did that same thing in Camden too, with the turning the streets that were 2 ways into 1 way for the drug traffic.
Yep.
Yeah, they did that up here too.
Yep. So it's like the same thing. Now they had at first they didn't have many ships, so it was hard to intercept. Like the more people going into the neighborhood to go cop their drugs and stuff. So they got to duck the cops. The cops might be on other blocks, so they're gonna drive around and try to come around the back way to hit the spot. Like, know what I'm saying? And then the cops, they don't see them. Or sometimes follow them. They might follow the cop to see where he turned and dip off or whatever. So it was, and now you talk about the ocean. So you got ships sailing up and down the coast. This is a huge coast. It's only but so much, almost so much area you could cover.
Vast.
Know what I'm saying? So somebody might slip through. They might be able to see the shit. They might be able to see the shit and still keep it because they might hit the port and get all those people off that ship. Just like you, like, you know what I'm saying? With the drugs, they might the cops roll up. Well, let's get rid of the problem. They flush everything.
You hit it on the nose. And like you said, Killer, they don't teach you that in school. You hit it right on the damn nose. So actually, white supremacy ended slavery. Ain't that a trip? But you got these goofy dudes want to be down. Oh, I'm down with the struggle. I'm down with the hood because I'm black. Boy, that don't work up here, dude. I'm down with y'all because I'm black like y'all. That don't work in my neighborhood, homeboy. You get backslapped talking that crap, dude. I'm down with the cause, man. Yeah. Ain't none of them do more than Huey P. Newton did for black folks. And his mama was a white woman, huh? That's awfully strange how the leader of the Black Panther Party was actually a son of a white woman, and his father was a black man. But oh yeah, you mixed children, you mixed people. I don't care if your daddy black and your mama white, you ain't got no rights in black politics. What? Huey P. Newton lost his life fighting for black people. And then oh, well, he was a plant. Huey was a plant. No, it wasn't. No, he wasn't. He proved that himself when he said, I ain't coming out of jail unless you let my brother out of jail, Bobby Seals, who's in Pennsylvania Fed prison. And when you let Bobby Seals out, you let me out. As long as Bobby Seals is still locked up, I'm going to stay locked up.
Well,
If my brother's in trouble, so am I. That's where that quote come from. If my brother's in trouble, so am I. Huey P. Newton stated that, bro. So it's like, all these dudes talking about, oh, I hate mixed race people. You hate Huey. You hate Malcolm. You hate Noble Drew Ali. You hate Bob Marley. Like look, they don't even understand they're black rednecks. And they was raised by rednecks, and their culture is still redneck. And they don't know what that means. They need to look it up and see how they've been played by white liberals for the white liberal agenda for them to give their votes to Democrats. And that's what they do. 87% of their votes go right to Democrats. Why? Because they're rednecks.
All right. I'm back. You take it easy. hit that bud and shit. Take a couple pulls and shit. Calm your ass down.
You feel me, baby?
Yep. Siberian's crazy, yo. You wild.
But I'm so, hey, yo, Killer, I'm so glad you came out with this tonight, bro. I'm so glad. This is probably one of the best ones I've heard out of everybody's group. This one right here tonight, the truth. They don't like the truth, bro. That's why I tell them they can't handle it, because it's like, and if you bring them facts, this is the sad part. Even when you bring them facts, they just like, you know, disqualify the fact. I don't want to hear that. Like, wait a minute, I'm bringing you facts. How can you have a conversation based around assumptions, and then when I bring you the facts, you just denounce the fact? Like, that's crazy, bro. Like that come on, man. What part of the game is that? That's what we do now. Forget the facts and just go off of rhetoric. And come on, man. We grown men.
There's no sincerity in what the people are. Everybody's running a hustle.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not even these people names. Like, I'm not even gonna give them no type of thing. But oh boy, that we was supporting and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I did the other night. I'm like, bye. Like, I don't need your
yeah, that was some sucker shit. Like, you just gonna try to flip out and turn it up on you. Like, dude, you on the internet all the way somewhere else in the motherfucker on the other side of the state, on the other side of the fucking continent, talking all this tough gangster shit. Like, you getting ready to get on a plane and come over here, bro. Like, are you serious? Like, and he don't even know who I know. Like, these dudes talk so much shit. Don't even know I got peoples in Portland and Sacramento. Like, yo, dog. Like, you crazy. Like I won't jump in my car and take a road trip.
Yeah. But
this is what kills about these dudes.
We know all about that stuff, but like we try to keep a little level and stuff to that.
Yeah. And he on street corners, preaching Bibles. None of my homeboys ever did that or even thought about doing some nut shit like, let's go to the street corner and cuss out white people and read from the Bible. Who does that, bro?
Yeah,
we don't do that. We don't do that where we from.
Rebel.
But they want to be so down with the black cause, but don't know what the black cause is here in the ghetto. That's what kills me. Like, yo, man, y'all wasn't raised up on this culture. Y'all not from out here. These niggas had mothers and fathers talking about they went through the struggle. Nigga, please, man.
All right, take it easy, bro. Take it easy. We gonna have, if you want.
Look,
I'm gonna mute you.
Look, he saw something he can't run from. Him and his boy.
All right, see, I muted your ass and shit. Told your ass about that shit. see, we try to have a regular thing because some kids might want to see this and learn something. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be out here cussing, talking a bunch of crazy stuff. So we try to keep it level. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I started off the show cussing, and I wasn't trying to cuss. So, like, you know what I mean? Just try to tone it down a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? So we do this good video, bring out this information. A teacher might want to take this video and play it in class. We can't play it in class. We up out here cussing and acting all crazy. There's a time and place for that. Like I said, after this stream, we could go on and we could just wild out. Like, you know what I'm saying? To say whatever the hell we want to say. But we're trying to keep a level on this. So I unmuted you.
True. I got you, Killer. Go ahead, bro.
Yup, Malak. What up, Malak? I ain't see you up in here. A lot of times I don't be looking at the screen where the chat is and stuff. So I have to go back. Sometimes I forget and have to go see who's up in here. So where I left off here. Man, you even worse in person and shit. Like shit, using the chat used to go crazy and shit. God damn. All right. No. All right.
Yeah, them dudes just be, man, they be talking too much stuff.
Heart attack and shit. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to
Going
boot.
to the internet.
All right, let's go. Black Ivory. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803 created a great demand for more slaves to work in the vast new area. Jean Lafitte was a pirate who brought many slaves to the United States and sold them through an organized system established at New Orleans that included many merchants from the vicinity. After he helped Andrew Jackson during the War of 1812, President James Madison issued a proclamation early in 1815 granting him and his men pardons for the misdeeds. The United States Navy African Squadron, Brazil Squadron, and Home Squadron were assigned the task of intercepting the ships which were bringing Africans across the Atlantic Ocean to the slave markets where Black Ivory found numerous customers, which the War for Independence had been costly. No American warships were constructed between 1783 and 1795. The Navy Department was created on April 30th, 1798. 4 years after President George Washington had communicated with Congress and expressed his alarm at the outrageous behavior of Algeria. In March 27th, 1994, the following communications with President Washington, Congress authorized the purchase or construction of 6 frigates. These ships included the first Constellation, launched September 7th, 97, the Constitution, a ship that would be briefly employed in the African Squadron. Few new ships were built in the United States after 1801 until Guerriere was launched on June 20th, 1814. It proved to be an effective warship in the war with the Barbary pirates. Now, we're going to talk about the Barbary pirates in a hot minute. In its early efforts to enforce the law, the Navy used the ports of Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia in 1808, 1809, and 1812 as home ports for several ships patrolling the Atlantic Ocean in that area. However, the U.S. Chesapeake sailed off the west coast of Africa early in 1813. The Navy created the African Squadron for the purpose of intercepting ships with Black Ivory on board. However, this Black Ivory is slaves. However, very few ships were operating together at any one time, which meant that the blockade of Africa was ineffective. More important tasks, such as the War of 1812 and the ongoing troubles with the Barbary pirates, the extermination of the pirates in the West Indies from 1819 to 1827, the protection of American shipping in the Pacific Ocean of the coast of Peru in the 1830s, the war with Mexico in the 1840s, the voyages to Japan in the 1850s, and transporting of diplomats to other nations left little capability available for use in the African Squadron. Nevertheless, some noteworthy events involving ships while they were assigned to the African Squadron did occur. Now, you can see here, like, they didn't have time or the resources to be 24/7 patrolling. There's a lot of other things going on. You had the War of 1812, you had the Barbary pirates, you had them have to bring diplomats to and fro different countries and stuff like that. So, and I find it interesting too, because the United States were in another country protecting a country or a continent, I guess you could say, and now at the same time protecting theirs.
Yeah.
So that's like some humanitarian like type thing. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, I might be wrong or whatever. I might be. Yeah.
Remember I said it was the Anglo-Saxon white boy who gave my forefathers the gun. They armed us and freed us.
Yeah.
So they want me to hate They want me to hate somebody who gave my forefather all his rights back, given by God, that was stripped from him, from the Arabs and Africans, and then not only that, give him a rifle to protect those rights. And you telling me I should hate that guy?
Yeah.
But not the Africans and Arabs who stripped my ancestors of all human rights. I shouldn't hate them, and they don't owe me nothing. But the white guy, he owes me everything.
Don't get riled up again. But we get to talk. Listen to this thing on the pirates here. All right, where is it here? Let me get this thing. That's it. Pirate ships. All right. There was actually a coin that was found near where I live that was written in Arabic. It was an Arabic coin that was found, and they said that it was brought here by pirates. Supposedly there, I live in an area where there was a lot of captains of ships, in the colonial like times and stuff like that. Like I live in New England and stuff like on Long Island,
something like a Charleston.
Yeah, almost like like a town like that. Yeah,
a port city that brings in slaves. Exactly.
Right. But these I don't know too much about the captains, but there were a lot of captains. Like, you know what I mean? Even near where I live, like there's a lot of houses that were owned by captains in the 1700s. Okay. Like this house is like near where I live that are from like the 1600s. You know, still a wreck. Like they're still up. People live in them too, and you can't like if something you want, like something breaks on the house or something like that. You can't just go to Home Depot and fix it.
Yeah, they're historical.
Yeah, it's historical. So you got to have somebody there, and you have to use the same materials that were used, and that, like the produce it again. Okay.
It's a historical site that's protected by the government. Yep.
Right. Yep. Okay, let me check this out here. Americas has a well-known history of slavery. In Atlantic of the Gulf of Mexico have a well-known history with pirates, but rarely do we think of the two together. Now, some historians are examining the link between pirate ships and slave ships. Sound bites from the Pirates of the Caribbean. I never seen any of those movies. I gotta watch them.
They were good.
Professor Marcus Rediker of the University of Pittsburgh. I think Pirates of the Caribbean is great, good fun, and in fact, it's been tremendously successful because it's tapped into the almost national obsession that we have with pirates. Marcus Rediker is a professor of the history in the University of Pittsburgh. He has researched and written colonial maritime history, culture, and pirates for more than 25 years. Rediker presented his research last month in Beaufort, North Carolina, at a pack. I can't pronounce that word. On pirates, something the pack. I guess a pack building on pirate ships, slave ships in colonial America. He says Pirates of the Caribbean is pure Disney fiction, but they did get a couple of things right. They did have motley crews on board the pirate ships, including black sailors. I think that is very important and sufficient. Rediker says history has conveniently left out that there were many black pirates. His research of 15 pirate ships showed almost 1/3 of the pirates were, quote, Negroes or mulattoes. Some black pirates were runaway slaves. Some were sailors whose merchant ships were captured, and many blacks ended up on pirate ships when pirates grabbed slave ships as they traveled from West Africa through the Middle Passage. Rediker says pirates loved slave ships and not necessarily for the human cargo. What they wanted were the ships themselves, which were fast, which had a very great carrying capacity, which had space for a large pirate crew, which had a capacity to feed a large number of people, as slave ships always did. Now, so they were going after they love attacking slave ships because they had these squadrons up and down the coast of Africa and the Americas, right?
Mhm.
So you had to have a fast vessel. So you had to have a ship that moves quickly, could hold a lot of cargo and move quickly.
Yep.
So that was ideal for a pirate to take one of these ships. So because they can move fast, they could move up on approaching ships. They could approach ships quickly and maneuver quickly because they got the cannons and stuff, like position and stuff to be able to shoot the cannonball to blow up the ship and stuff like that. So these ships were
Upgrade.
right, like you know what I'm saying. They can move, so they can get up and stuff and do what they got to do to get the ship. Said, but there's still a lot about pirates and slaves we don't know. Michelle Lanner is a curator of cultural history in North Carolina State Historic Sites. And of course, you do have the interesting, intriguing story of kidnapped Africans joining a group of pirates and perhaps enjoying some of the utopian democracy of that experience. But what the people who are not being useful, women and children, elderly and infirm, what was done with them? David Denard specialized in social and cultural history at East Carolina University. He says this part of African American history should have been hashed out a long time ago. Some folk, they regard the role that blacks played on pirate ships as exceptionalism. But this is a way really of looking at the lives of ordinary folk, looking at history from the bottom up. And so I think we have to take the good and the bad and the ugly when we tell the whole story. One of the greatest archaeological finds in North Carolina history came in 1996, the discovery of what believed to be a shipwreck of the Queen Anne's Revenge, now sitting on the ocean floor near Beaufort. The story goes, the infamous pirate known as Blackbeard captured a slave ship called La Concorde as she traveled in the Caribbean and renamed her for Queen Anne's Revenge. David Moore is the curator of the nautical archaeology at the North Carolina Maritime Museum in Beaufort. I think Blackbeard was here in Connecticut too. Blackbeard, and there was another famous pirate that is known for being here in Connecticut. David Moore said, we're standing here on the ramparts of Fort Macon State Historic Site, overlooking the dunes, looking out towards the site of the Queen Anne's Revenge. Moore says that there's a physical proof that the Queen Anne's Revenge was once a slave ship. We got a number of things, still, some still locked up in concretion that forms around the artifacts after spending so many years underwater, almost 300 years. But we've been able to x-ray those and see some of the materials on the inside. And there does appear to be a large number of trade beads, which was reminiscent of slavers and the types of commodities they were using on the West African coast, and also slave shackles. Excavation expeditions continue at the Queen Anne's Revenge shipwreck site, and there is more evidence to be found on a joint pirate ship, slave ship history to be learned. All right, and got here. This is on Sam Black was a European pirate. Let's see here. This is the point I wanted to make here. Let's see here. But basically, what these pirates were doing, they were robbing slave ships. And the reason I want to bring up the Barbary Pirates, because there's another cultish group called the Moorish Science Temple that teaches that, all Black Americans are Moors. And I have a video going on showing like actually who the real Moors are. Actually, I got 2 videos on who the Moors are, but I got another one that's coming. But these pirates, these Barbary pirates, they were known to be Berbers, Arabs, and Europeans, right? And now a lot of people know Berbers are from North Africa, right? But these Berbers weren't the type of African that was used for slaves. The Berbers were selling the slaves. We could see things with these Moorish people with, you know, the fez on, having slaves in shackles. I should have got some of that stuff prepared to show y'all tonight, but I didn't. And when black people, these Moorish people, Moorish Science Temple, the cult, says that black people were, make sure y'all still here. All right, let's go good. They tell you that the Moors are black, right? Everybody know, hey, what's up, bad guy? How you doing? Hey, Brainstorm, how you doing? This dude got 2 watches. 2 times. 2 times from Mel. Got 2 times. Which time you want? 2 times. So what was going on? These Berbers were not black Africans. They weren't. Some of these Berbers were blue-eyed, green-eyed, brown hair, blonde hair, dark hair, brown complexion, very light complexion. And what this code has done is that they hijacked the empire. They hijacked the whole culture, a whole ethnic group, and try to make it their own. And what these Moors did, and the reason you see when you hear Moors fighting Moors, these Moorish soldiers, you always see them portrayed as black. And that's because the Berbers, the real Moors, were going into the sub-Saharan and getting slaves and bringing the slaves into North Africa to fight in these wars in Europe. So when you see the black Moors, they're slaves. They're not a royal people. I dare anybody to show me a black royal, a black Moorish sultan, right? During the Moorish Empire. And you won't find it. You will find none but Arabs and Berbers. And you will see the paintings of them. You will see the artifacts of these people. They were not black. So these Berbers were capturing slave ships and taking the slaves like, hey, we're not bringing you back home. You might as well join us. So you would see these African slaves joining the pirates, getting their freedom, getting a cut of the money that was being stolen from these ships, from these pirate ships or merchant ships or whatever kind of ship that had cargo. They was going to take the money. And whatever else is on it. That article I read, you know, did I say hi, Brainstorm? How you doing, Brainstorm? You don't see. I kind of lost my thought. All right, let me go on to my next topic. Y'all can see my Moorish videos. Y'all want to know more. That was funny. That wasn't a joke, but that was kind of crazy. No pun intended. Check out my Moorish videos if you want to see more. All right. We're gonna get into these presidents now. What these presidents thought of slavery, and close up some of this information. Ooh, I wanted to read this, but that can tie in with this. Okay, now let me get slave owning president. Okay, it's a list of presidents that own slaves. All right. We got George Washington. He had 600. Damn, George Washington had 600 slaves. George Washington was a major slaveholder before, during, and after his presidency. His will freed his slaves pending the death of his widow, though she freed them within a year of her husband's death. See George Washington. Okay. Thomas Jefferson owned 600 plus slaves. Most historians believe Jefferson fathered multiple slave children with the enslaved woman Sally Heming, the likely half-sister of his late wife Martha Wales Skelton. Despite half-sister of his wife, Martha Wales Skelton. Oh shit. Despite being a lifelong slave owner, Jefferson routinely condemned the institution of slavery, attempted to restrict its expansion, and advocated gradual emancipation. As president, he oversaw the abolition of the international slave trade. All right, we got James Madison owned 100 plus slaves. Madison did not free his slaves in his will. Paul Jennings, one of the Madison slaves, served him during his presidency and later published the first memoir of life in the White House. James Monroe. Monroe supported sending free slaves to the new country of Liberia. Its capital, Monrovia, is named after him. I never knew that. Monrovia is named after James Monroe. That's
Yep. Yep.
Andrew Jackson. Jackson owned many slaves. One controversy during his presidency was his reaction to anti-slavery tracts. During his campaign for the presidency, he faced criticism for being a slave trader. He did not free his slaves in his will. Martin Van Buren, I never even heard of that president. Van Buren's father owned 6 slaves. The only slave he personally owned, Tom, escaped in 1814. When Tom was found in Massachusetts, Van Buren tentatively agreed to sell him to the finder, but terms were not agreed and Tom remained free. Later in life, Van Buren belonged to the Free Soil Party, which opposed the expansion of slavery into the Western territories without advocating immediate abolition. William Harrison owned 11 slaves. Harrison inherited several slaves as the first governor of the Indiana Territory. He unsuccessfully lobbied Congress to legalize slavery in Indiana. Unsuccessfully. John Tyler owned 29. Tyler never freed any of his slaves and consistently supported the slaveholders' rights and the expansion of slavery during his time in political office. James Polk owned 56. Polk became the Democratic nominee for president in 1844, partially because of his tolerance of slavery. In contrast to Van Buren, as president, he generally supported the rights of slave owners. His will provided for the freeing of his slaves after the death of his wife, though the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution ended up freeing them long before his death in 1891. Zachary Taylor owned 300 slaves. Although Taylor owned slaves throughout his life, he generally resisted attempts to expand slavery in the territories. After his death, there were rumors that slavery advocates had poisoned him. Tests of his body over 100 years later have been inconclusive. Andrew Johnson, had 9 slaves. Johnson owned a few slaves and was supportive of James K. Polk's slavery policies. As military governor of Tennessee, he convinced Abraham Lincoln to exempt that area from Emancipation Proclamation. Ulysses S. Grant owned 1 slave. Although he later served as a general in the Union Army, his wife Julia had control of 4 slaves during the American Civil War, given to her by her father. However, it is unclear if she actually was granted legal ownership of them or merely temporary custody. All would be freed by the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. She chose to free them at that time, even though the proclamation did not apply to her state of Missouri. Grant personally owned 1 slave, William Jones, given to him by his father-in-law, and Manute, I don't even know what that word means, by Grant in March 29th, 1859. Now, what's up? You drink water. All right. Let me see what's going on in the chat. A bad guy up in here. Thanks, school. All right. Okay. Now I'm gonna get to a little bit here. What the hell is that? Gag rule. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the gag rule yet. I don't know if anybody, you guys, ever heard of the gag rule. We're gonna go over that for a little bit. We're gonna talk about this dude here, John Adams, on the abolition of slavery in 1801. 1801, President John Adams responded to two abolitionists who had sent him an anti-slavery pamphlet by Quaker reformer Warner Mifflin in 1745-1798. In the letter, Adams expressed his views on slavery, the dangers posed by abolitionists, who at the time were mostly Quakers and unpopular religious radicals. That's interesting. That's interesting right there. Right? So these people were looked at as religious radicals. So almost like how you got Hebrew Israelites today. I don't even think I can't compare Quakers to the Hebrew Israelites. I don't think I can. But radicals, you know what I'm saying, is people, they're real serious about getting their things dealt with, whatever agenda they want to have. And emancipation and slavery, Adams writes, my opinion against it has always been known, knowing that he has always employed free men, both as domestics and laborers, and never in my life did I own a slave. Adam, despite being opposed to slavery, did not support abolitionism unless it was done in a gradual way. Much caution and circumspection. Adam dismisses radical abolitionist measures as producing greater violations of justice and humanity than the continuance of the practice of slavery itself. Adam also wrongly asserts that the practice of slavery is fast diminishing rather than declining. Slavery was growing in America. The 1790 census counted almost 700,000 slaves. According to the census of 1800, the year before Adams wrote this letter, that number had grown to almost 900,000. In closing, Adam writes that he does wish you success in your benevolent endeavors to relieve the distress of our fellow creatures, and shall always be ready to cooperate with you as far as my means and opportunities can reasonably be expected to extend. Right? It says, you know what? I got a full transcript. It says here. Let me click this. I'll share this in the chat with you guys. Oh wow. Okay. All right, cool. So I'll give you guys this thing here. I'll go back to what was being said. So this guy didn't own no slaves. He hired free men, and he. All right, so y'all got a little freebie here. Got a little free PDF. Put that in the chat for you guys. So he didn't believe in this totally stopping slavery in the country. He said it wouldn't be wise, I guess. You could say. How I look at it, I haven't got all the facts, but this is what I kind of figured. Where the importation of slaves was banned, and what you got like 60 years later, they ended slavery. So I would guess, just like you would have a ban, right? They're talking about banning menthol cigarettes, right? Use that for example. The ban will go out, but that doesn't mean you can't sell them. If you got a store, right, and you got 20 cases of Newports. Now they just banned menthol cigarettes, but you're allowed to sell it until it runs out. That's what I'm thinking. was the kind of like the idea. I'm not sure. Like, don't quote me on this or nothing, but that's kind of like what I sort of think. Or like, know what I mean? Like they know that they can't just stop this, because if they stop it, it's gonna cause a major catastrophe with the country. Because, you know, the slaves what ran the cotton production in the South. Now, the southern states didn't produce textiles. The northern states did. So if the slave labor was gone, right, they're not going to hire white people to do these jobs, right? They're going to hire the slaves because they're already skilled in this labor. Just like you see with during the era, like when the old immigrants from Italy and Ireland and stuff was coming over, they weren't skilled workers. So blacks took a lot of their jobs.
Amen, Killer.
Go ahead.
You're so right about that one. Blacks from the South was coming up underbidding and getting government contracts for those buildings and things. You're so correct about that.
Yep. And they couldn't compete with them. They didn't have the skills. So white man and no white man, they wasn't hiring another white dude that didn't have no skills. They got to hire the dude that had the skills to run the machines, to do the work. So if they just said, okay, we cutting off these damn slaves. So now this cotton, the price of cotton is going to go up. It's going to skyrocket. Yep. It's going to sky. The price of cotton is going to skyrocket. So now the cotton producers are going to have to hire people. So with hiring, you're going to have to raise your prices for that cotton, for them bales of cotton. So now the textile companies that make the fabric are going to have to pay more. So the cost of everything is going to go up. So it will cause a major thing in the country, and it'll be a lot of people upset, not only in the South, but in the North. Okay, so although I have never sought popularity by in animated speeches or inflammatory publications against the slavery of the blacks. This is John Adams. My opinion against it has always been known, and my practice has been so conformable to my sentiment that I have always employed free men, both as domestic and did I read that already? And never in life did I own a slave. The abolition of slavery must be gradual and accomplished with much caution. Okay. The abolition of slavery must be gradual and accomplished with much caution. In the circumspection, violent means and measures would produce rather violations of justice and humanity. It said violent means and measures would produce greater violations of justice and humanity than the continuance of the practice. Neither Mr. Mifflin nor yourselves, I presume, would be willing to venture on excursions which would probably excite insurrections among the blacks to rise against their masters and imbrue their hands in innocent blood. There are many other evils in our country which are growing, whereas the practice of slavery is in fast diminishing and threaten to bring punishment on our land more immediately than the oppression of the blacks. That sacred regard to truth in which you and I were educated, which is certainly taught and enjoined from on high, seems to be vanishing from among us. A general relaxation of education and government, a general debauchery, as well as dissipation, produced by pestilential philosophical principles of, well, damn, this nigga had a vocabulary like I don't know what. Epicurus, damn. Infinitely, what the fuck kind of shit is? God damn. Pestilential philosophical principles of Epicurus, infinitely more than by schools in theoretical entertainment. Man, that's a mouthful right there. Damn, I gotta step my game up. He's got me looking like shit. I got a preschool reader level. These are, in my opinion, more serious and threatening evils than even the slavery of the blacks, hateful as it is. I might even add that I have been informed that the condition of the common sort of white people in some of the southern states, particularly Virginia, is more oppressed, degraded, and miserable than that of the Negroes. These vices and these miseries deserve the serious and compassionate consideration of friends, as well as the slave trade and the degraded state of the blacks. All right. I got next here. This right here. Oh, I'm gonna share my screen for this. Man, Ramel, look like you waiting for somebody to get somebody. Oh, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. You posted up like you looking for a victim.
I'm waiting on them motherfuckers with them checks.
You stupid, yo. Come on, man.
Hey, yo, killer, I was going to go on the roof, but somebody took the block out the fucking door and they locked it.
Oh, damn, you was going to go on the rooftop? That's what's up.
I was going to go on the roof and show you the roof, man. Show you the city, show you Philly, all that shit. Give a shout out to Solar Mine.
Oh, yeah, you can see Philly from there.
Yeah, but, man, they locked the fucking door, man. I can't get up there. Somebody took the block out the door.
All right. Opinions of early presidents about slavery. There we go. So I ain't gonna read all this shit to y'all ass. There's a lot of shit there. I'll share this with you guys too. Link for this here. All right, put this in the chat. All right. We just ratchet as hell over here. I'm trying to do a video for the kids so the kids can do some stuff like, you know me, for school and whatnot. I'm out here cussing, Rebel up out here cussing, wilding out, man. I messed it up again, man. It's another video I done messed up. You know? Always mess them up. I be trying, though. Y'all can't blame me for trying. I be trying. Teacher get a hold, she gonna have to do some editing. Kids like, oh shit, that nigga cussing. That nigga said. All right. The following session. All right. Opinion of the early presidents and the fathers of the republic upon slavery and upon Negroes as men and soldiers. I'm gonna read Thomas Jefferson first. All of that. Damn, this can't be all day. It is. Little Thomas Jefferson. Oh no, it is within this thing. Okay, all right, cool. He has waged cruel war against Thomas Jefferson, the third president, from Mr. Jefferson's original draft of the Declaration of Independence. So this is from the original draft of the Declaration of Independence. He has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivated and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This practical warfare, the opprobrium, I don't even know what that means, of infidel powers, is the welfare of the Christian king of Great Britain. Determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, he has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or restrain their execrable commerce. From Mr. Jefferson Minutes of Debates in 1776 on the Declaration of Independence, published in the Madison paper. The clause to reprobating the enslaving of the inhabitants of Africa was struck out in compliance to South Carolina and Georgia, who had never attempted to restrain the importation of slaves, and who, on the contrary, still wished to continue. Our northern brethren also, I believe, felt a little tender under those censures. For though their people have very few slaves themselves, yet they have been pretty considerable carriers of them to others. Like the South, even though the importation of slaves was outlawed, people were still smuggling slaves into the United States. I did a video on Cujo. It was a slave that was brought into the United States illegally named Cujo. And this man, I forgot how the thing went down, but he ended up making like his own settlement in South Carolina, like in the swamps. And he got a chance to sue his captors, if I'm not mistaken. And he got a bunch of money, and like somehow they swindled him out of the money and stuff like that. I have to find that video. I forgot the name of that video that I did it, but it's somewhere on my channel. 1781 from the Notes of Virginia. There must doubtless be an unhappy influence on the manners of our people, produced by the existence of slavery among us. These people, like in the 1700s, they vocabulary and like the way they articulated themselves, and like, you know what I mean? It was no joke. Like, people today don't write like this. Like, I don't know, this shit crazy. The whole commerce between master and the slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions and the most unremitting despotism on the one part and degrading submissions on the other. Our children see this and learn to imitate it. Listen to this. For man is an imitative animal. His quality is the germ of all education in him. This quality is the germ of all education in him. From his cradle to his grave, he is learning to do what he sees others do. If a parent could find no motive, either in his philanthropy or his self-love, for restraining the intemperance of passion towards his slave, it should always be a sufficient one that his child is present. But generally, it is not sufficient. The parent storms, the child looks on, catches the lineaments of wrath, puts on the same ears in a circle of similar slaves. What puts on the same ears in the circle of similar slaves gives a loose rein to the worst of passions, and thus nursed, educated, and daily exercise in tyranny cannot be stamped by it, but idiocy, particularly, I can't say that word. The man must be a prodigy who can restrain his manners and morals undepraved by such circumstances. Now, this is interesting, right? So, like what he said, if you take that to modern day of what we saw with I'm just going to use this as an example. The Ma'Khia Bryant incident, right? I haven't researched no more what else they came up with and found out about that case. But a lot of people, like I said it, I say, yo, that's the parents, like she's playing out right there. What she doing is what she see her parents doing. And what we see, like that guy who supposedly, allegedly is her father that kicked that girl in the head. And I believe that's the man said, you killed my baby, right? So her behavior is learned, right? Because I said I was talking with somebody because I was like, young white girls, not too many, some do, right? But the majority, or the stereotypical, don't react like that. I know how I was speaking. I think I was speaking to Amber about this earlier, right? And I was talking about that TV show Atlanta, right? There was a thing where they was in a party, and this black girl, she was upset that, you know, like the black guys that was in there, this dude had a white girl or whatever, right? And she started to bark away and just talk all crazy and stuff. And the white lady, the white girl, she's sitting on the couch on the other side, and she's just looking at her like, well, damn, like, and she's talking to her nice, like trying to have a conversation. And this girl just barking at her, like, you know what I mean? Just saying all types of weird, like off stuff to her. And she's trying to ignore it. She's trying to figure out what the issue is and stuff. And then like it came to a point where she just got up, but she was still very polite in the way how she dismissed it. Like, okay, well, like this is getting too hot for this turn. This lady might jump on me or whatever. She got up and was like, okay, all right, enjoy your night and stuff. Like, I mean, when you can see it in her eye, like, yo, this bitch is crazy. Like, don't say, let me get my ass up out of here and shit before I come a victim. But what you show your kids act that out. Like they said, if a child grows up, sees his father beating his mother, there's a good chance that child is gonna grow up beating his girlfriend or beating his wife. Like, you know what I mean? You're gonna see this behaviorism and mannerisms. So we gotta be careful. And this is me, it's like saying you have to be careful of what you showing your kids. You might have a slave. The slave might do something he's supposed to do or do something crazy, and you call yourself disciplining the slave, and you might be in the moment of being mad and out of control with yourself. But you should always have your child in mind not to see that, because that child and that person knows what he's doing is wrong. Some adults do things wrong and know what they're doing is wrong, right? I think that's what that's kind of trying to say. But generally is not sufficient. All right, okay. The man must be a prodigy who can restrain his manners, see, and morals undepraved by such circumstances. And with what execration should this statement be loaded, who permitting one half of the citizens thus to trample on the rights of others, transforms those in the exposed and these into enemies, destroy the morals of the one part and the amour patries of the other. For if a slave can have a country in this world, it must be any other in preference to that in which he is born to live and labor for another, in which he must lock up the faculties of his nature, contribute as far as depends on his individual endeavors to the advancement of the human race, or entail his own miserable conditions on the endless generations proceeding from it. With the morals of the people, their industry also is destroyed. For in a warm climate, no man will labor for himself who can make another labor for him. This is so true that of the proprietors of slaves is very small proportion, indeed, are even seen to labor? And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis of conviction in the minds of the people? That these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated, but with his wrath. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever, that considering numbers, nature, and natural means, only a revolution of the wheel of fortune, an exchange of situation is among possible events, that it may become probable by supernatural interference. The Almighty has no attribute which can take side with us in such a contest, but it is impossible to be temperate and to pursue this subject through the various considerations of policy, of morals of history, natural and civil. We must be contented to hope they will force their way into everyone's mind. I think a change already perceivable since the origin of the present revolution. The spirit of the master is abating, that of the slave rising from the dust, his condition mollifying. The way I hope preparing under the auspices of heaven for the total emancipation, and that this is disposed in the order of events to be with the consent of masters rather than by extirpation. And again, speaking of the Negro, whether further observation will or will not verify the conjecture that nature has been less bountiful to them in the endowments of the head. Damn. I believe that in those of the heart, she will be found to have done them justice. That disposition of theft which they have been branded must be ascribed to the situation, not to any depravity of the moral sense. A man in whose favor no laws of property existed probably feels himself left abound to respect those made in favor of others. When arguing for ourselves, we lay it down as a fundamental that laws to be just must give a reciprocation of right, that without this, they are mere arbitrary rules of conduct, founded in force and not in conscience. It is a problem which I give the master to solve, whether the religious precepts against the violation of property were not framed for him as well as his slave. Oh, were they not framed for him as well as for a slave? And whether the slave may not as justifiably take a little from one who has taken all from him, as he may slay one who would slay him. That a change in the relations of which a man is placed will change his idea of moral right or wrong. All right, I'm glad this shit over here. I'm tired of reading. That a change, okay, lost my spot. Neither nor, okay. That a change in the relations in which a man is placed should change his ideas of moral right or wrong. Is neither new or peculiar to the color of the blacks. Homer tells us it was so 2,600 years ago. Job fixed it certain that whatever day makes man a slave, take half his worth away. Love fixed it certain. Love fixed, I guess the J, the L, I guess back then or something. I don't know. Job fixed it certain that whatever day makes a man a slave takes half his worth. But the slave of which Homer speaks were whites. Notwithstanding these conditions, we must weaken their respect for the law of property. We find among them numerous instances of the most rigid integrity. As many, I wish I found something shorter to read. This long ass fucking thing and shit. I don't want to read all that shit. Y'all got the damn thing. I'm just gonna skip through it. I'm tired of reading. That shit wore me out. I don't even know what I'm reading. I'm just reading it. All right, James Madison. This is short. From Mr. Madison. Let's see if anybody laughs at me. Okay. Put brainstorm comment. You know, Ravel look like he's in some kind of like hood movie. You look like you in the beginning of a hood movie, yo. Like you wait.
Yo, you gotta keep your eyes open out here, my nigga.
Yes.
You see me keep checking them corners, right? We got a lot of sneaky dudes around here, son.
What's up, man? Yo, what's up, man? Real black, you know what I'm saying, man? I got it.
I keep it with me though.
Yo, you solid, bro. You solid.
I ain't gonna show it, but I keep it with me though.
All right. Damn police in the chat and shit.
I'm waiting for one of them suckers to pull up on my location. I dropped it several times for him. I'm still waiting for him, man. I could teach him some manners.
All right, man. Save that for the stuff. All right. In the federal convention, Mr. Madison, we have seen the mere distinction of color made in the most enlightened period of time, aground in the most oppressive dominion ever exercised by man over man. Mr. Madison said, and in the third place, where slavery exists, the Republican theory becomes still more fallacious. Mr. Madison thought it wrong to admit in the Constitution the idea that there could be property in men. Okay, Mr. Madison thought it wrong to admit in the Constitution the idea that there could be property in men. Okay. Yours of the 18th came yesterday. I'm glad to find the legislature persists on their resolution to recruit the line of the army for the war, though without deciding on the expediency of the mode under their consideration. Would it not be as well to liberate and make soldiers at once of the blacks themselves as to make them instruments for enlisting white soldiers? It would certainly be more consonant with the principles of liberty, which ought never to be lost sight of in the contest of liberty. James Monroe. Along, I'm not reading much. It's interesting. I read this though. What was the origin of our slave population? The evil commenced when we were in our colonial state, but acts were passed by our colonial legislator, prohibiting the importation of more slaves into the colony. These were rejected by the crown. We declared our independence. And wow. Wait, is that saying what was the origin of our slave population? The evil commenced when we were in our colonial state, but acts were passed by our colonial legislator prohibiting the importation of more slaves into the colony. These were rejected by the crown. So that is the crown talking about the UK, the British? Or I'm not sure. We declared our independence, and the prohibition of the further importation was among the first acts of state sovereignty. Virginia was the first state which instructed her delegates to declare the colonies independent. She braved all dangers, from Quebec to Boston, and from Boston to Savannah. Virginia shed the blood of her sons. No imputation then can be cast upon her in this manner. She did all that was in her power to do. It prevents the extension of slavery and to mitigate its evils. The views of slavery entertained by John Quincy Adams. Let's see what I read it. See if I can find something. Andrew Jackson address to the men of color on the 18th of December, 1814, at New Orleans. This is to the soldiers. From the shores of Mobile, I collected you to arms. I invited you to share the perils and to divide the glory of your white country. I expected much from you, for I was not uninformed of those qualities which must render you so formidable to an invading foe. I knew that you could endure hunger and thirst and all the hardships of war. I knew that you loved the land of your nativity and that, like ourselves, you had to defend all that is most dear to man. But you surpassed many hopes. I have found in you, united to these qualities, that noble enthusiasm which impels to great deeds. The President of the United States shall be informed of your conduct on the occasion, and the voice of the representatives of the American nation shall applaud your valor as your general now praises your adore. The enemy is near. His sails cover the lakes, but the braves are united, and he shall find us contending among ourselves. It will be for the prize of valor and fame, its noblest reward, by command. Those Els Butler. A private letter written to General Jackson on 1st of May to Reverend A.J. Crawford. What the father thought of the blacks as slaves, as soldiers and men. Benjamin Franklin. Okay. I'm getting tired of reading, y'all. About to close up a little bit. The reading prepared for the celebration of Washington's birthday in Lyceum Hall, Salem, Massachusetts. Addressed to the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery and the Relief of Free Negroes Unlawfully Held in Bondage. It is with peculiar satisfaction we assure the friends of humanity that in prosecuting the design of our association, our endeavors have proved successful, far beyond the most sanguine expectations. Encouraged by the success and by the daily progress of the luminous and benign spirit of liberty, which is diffusing itself. Yo, I love the way these people wrote. Itself throughout the world, and humbly hoping for the continuance of the divine blessings on our labors. We have ventured to make an important addition to our original plan, and do therefore earnestly solicit and support and assistance of all who can feel the tender emotions of sympathy and compassion, or relish the exalted pleasure of benevolence. Slavery is such an atrocious debasement of human nature. Benjamin Franklin speaking. That is very exploitation is not performed with solicitous care, may sometimes open a source of serious evil. The unhappy man who has long been treated as a brute animal too frequently sinks beneath the common standard of the human species. The galling chains that bind his body do also feather his intellectual faculties and impair the social affections of his heart. Accustomed to move like a mere machine, by the will of the master, reflection is suspended. He has not the power of choice and reason, and the conscience have little but influence over his conduct, because he is chiefly governed by the passion of fear. He is poor and friendless, perhaps worn out by extreme labor, age, and disease. Under such circumstances, freedom may often prove a misfortune to himself, a prejudicial to society. Attention to emancipated Black people, it is therefore to be hoped, will become a branch of our national police, but also far as we contribute to promote this emancipation. So far, that attention is evidently a serious duty incumbent on us, in which we mean to discharge to the best of our judgment and abilities, to instruct, to advise, to qualify those who have been restored to freedom for the exercise and the enjoyment of civil liberty, to promote and the habits of industry to furnish them with employments suited to their age, sex, and talents, and those in other circumstances to procure their children an education calculated for their future situation in life. These are the great outlines of an annex plan, which we have adopted and which we can see will essentially promote the public good and the happiness of these are here to too much neglected fellow creatures. No, you got anything to say?
You hit it on the nose, my boy. Everything those dudes been crying about, you just put it to bed.
Yeah.
And that's what they hate. They hate facts and they hate scholarship. I found out they follow enthusiasts who write enthusiastic books instead of true scholarship that's not accepted by world scholars.
There you go. I made the mistake of going on the Debate League channel this morning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Judah got this fool. I just call him this fool, right? This fool channel got taken down.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, so I saw that and I went to it, and I didn't know if I would have knew who it was, I wouldn't have jumped up on it, right? So I jumped up on there and I was like, oh snap! I didn't know where I was, like, right? So I was like, who people, like, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got into it and stuff. You know, there's a couple people and stuff don't like me and whatever. You got white people on your channel and all this crazy, you know, that white boy we be having on there. Why you got Phil on there? Like, know what I mean?
Hey, yo, Killer, you want to know what kills me the most about that when they talk like that, bro? If I recall, white people have gave millions and millions of dollars, tens of millions, tens of millions of dollars to Black Lives Matter. Instead of bringing it to the Black urban communities who need it, like Camden, Watts, New Orleans, Alabama, those cities that's really struggling with a lot of poverty, instead of giving it to us, who they got it off of our backs, and you know, through our struggle, they take trips to the Bahamas. They buying full 5 mansions and stuff. Like, come on, man. She went and bought a house. She went and bought a mansion in the Hamptons in LA and California with all white folks in the neighborhood. But she claims on her website she's petrified of white people. So why would you buy a house in the middle of a white neighborhood? So it's like these race pimps. The thing about race pimps who talk all that black and white stuff, they only do it to enrich themselves. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton as an example.
Yep. Well, now I'm not a real big fan of Black Lives Matter, but I defended them on the show. I do like a nonprofit's mission statement is what they're there for, right? So they're there to confront police brutality on colored people, brown, black people, whatever, right? Now, people say, why they not here with black on black crime? That's not the mission. Now, for nonprofit, you're not allowed by law to take that money and go spend it on things that don't have to do with the nonprofit. Like, say like you got a nonprofit, right? To say to feed children, to feed poor kids in the hood and stuff, right? Now, we get donations and all type grants and all types of stuff. We take that money and go on a fishing trip.
Right.
We can't take that money and go do fund a baseball game.
Do us, yeah.
Right. We can go and do a needle exchange in the projects. That we bring in has to go to feeding the kids. You're allowed at a certain point, you're not allowed to make money. But at a certain point, you're allowed to give yourself a salary for say, for instance, all right, I got to go to a meeting in Camden, New Jersey, to meet with these pastors and stuff that start supper programs for the young kids in the area. So I got to travel all the way to New Jersey, and let's say I have to go there every week, right?
Like motel rooms, everything. Yep.
Right. So I can use that money for the motel rooms. I can use it to purchase a vehicle.
Right. For travel.
Right. To travel for the nonprofit. Now I can't go. Hey, I might purchase a Benz truck. Let's say you get away with getting a Benz truck. Now you can't use that vehicle for your home route use. That vehicle is not to be meant to drop the kids off at school, to go to work with, to go on a trip to Boston or something like that, to go to Great Adventures or something like that. That vehicle can't be used for that. Like, you know what I mean? So there's laws. Now, if they go outside of those things, they lose their nonprofit. They lose their tax-free organization. They lose it. So somehow they did something, and that lady got that money. She bought that house or whatever. Most black, I'm gonna keep that shit 100. I'm gonna keep it 100 funky with everybody. Most black nonprofit groups I've seen personally, I'm not saying all of them, the ones that I come in contact with, they're pimps. They're
race pimps.
They're finding a way to get money for themselves. Say, for example, right? I do like graphics, t-shirts, and all types of stuff, right? Now, you got a nonprofit. Me and you are friends, right? You go to me to do the t-shirts. Why? Because you know me, and that money, right? Say I could do this. This is see how this works. This is what they do, right? You come to me like, yo, I need this, this, and that, right? I'm like, all right. So I need 100 of these things. So now I'm gonna cook the books and say, where the thing normally costs $200, I'm gonna give you a receipt for $800.
Stealing.
Yeah.
Through the back door.
Now you give me the $800. It only costs $200 to do it, a job. But I charge you $800, and now we got $600 left over. And you got a receipt for it. So what we gonna do with that $600? We're gonna split it.
Pocket it.
We're gonna put it in the pocket. But it's covered. It's covered with the organization. Because I charge you $800, but it really only costs $200. But I gave you a receipt for it. Just like somebody do some insurance thing, their car get in an accident or something, right? And you got to go get an estimate from the auto body place, how much fix the car, and you give that to your insurance company, and the insurance company writes you a check.
Right.
But some people know the mechanic at the auto body place, and they're gonna they might do it for $50, but they might write, oh, it's $2,000 worth of damage. It costs $2,000. Know what I'm saying? You know that nigga, so y'all gonna get the money.
Yeah, you get them that do that. Yes, you do. It's called insurance fraud.
Yeah. People every day. Like this goes on every day. It goes
you
on.
can do the same with the house too. When you got to do remodeling and refixing, you can get your insurance. You can pay your deductible for your insurance to help you out with the payment of it all, and then you go get somebody who'll do it for cheap, and you just end up pocketing it. Yeah. Yep. It's a lot of that going on.
And now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that white people don't do that. The hell they
do it. They do it.
Do, but I find it the amount of organizations that help the people that need it, like, know what I'm saying? Like white people do it and still do their job.
Right.
I see like they might do it and still get the job done. But these niggas just be covering up shit. Yo, there's so much out here where these not people in nonprofits get caught stealing the money, going on vacation, buying that, taking the car, doing this and this, saying all going out to dinner, and it wasn't a business dinner. It was just a regular dinner that they took his wife out for a birthday, and they used the nonprofit card, like, you know what I'm saying, and said it was a meeting and stuff like that. We see that, and it doesn't go checked. We don't check it. We like, yo, they said it on the Mr. Drip Man. We just call him Mr. Drip Man. He said it. You remember when the other I call him Luther, right? So when Luther was up there talking about, I confronted him about the $1 million GoFundMe. He was trying to go to Africa to start something for Black people in Africa.
Right.
Now, the man was homeless. So, and he told us ourselves, you was right there when he said it, that he the government
for a social security check, playing stupid.
Yup.
And I think it's called SSD. so $780 a month. That's all you want in life, dude.
That's all you want. That's all you want.
Yeah.
He probably
but he wants somebody else. He wants somebody else to give him paradise, but he's not willing to go out there and work to give it to himself. That's what I'm trying to say. These dudes is funny, man.
You heard Rob agree. He said, "Well, man, I ain't gonna be mad if he took the money and buy some clothes, some Jordans and stuff. That's not what the money's for."
Exactly.
That's why he don't have nothing. That's why Rip don't got nothing himself. He living with somebody else.
Yep.
40-something years old. He living with somebody else.
One paying that rent on time, playing around on the internet, talking all this nonsense and not paying attention. You got your priorities twisted up, boy.
Girl put him out. The girl put him out.
And look, your mother taught you that from day one as a young man before you even hit 18. Son, get your own, so nobody put you out.
Yeah, look like a fool. Get put out.
Providing for her, not her providing for you. She didn't, like my mom always said, I didn't raise no little girls.
For somebody to take care of you. But you know what they do? A lot of these hustlers and stuff do. They make the money and put everything on their name.
Oh yeah, because they ain't got no credit.
They can't account for that money. And what happens? They'll bind the woman up. They'll use
get her poured up.
The cosign for cars.
And now it goes further than that. They go and move in. They try to sneak in her house every night, knowing she on Section 8. They're not allowed to be there, and get her all messed up and have her Section 8 disqualified.
Yup.
Eating out of her refrigerator when they know she got 2 kids in there. They don't care.
Now, this man sat up there and trying to convince people to listen. He said, "Y'all just need to listen to me. I'm the devil master teacher." Nigga, you can't. How are you a master? You can't even take care of yourself.
And not only that, you got psychological problems because you get SSD. So why should I listen to a fool anyway?
Exactly.
You're trying to get me to sign up for SSD as well?
The chat stay full with them dummies.
And look, his little $600 a month extra that you get to make on SSD, because you can go out and work and get $600 a month extra added onto your income. I guess he wants to get that through YouTube.
I could go outside and find $600.
Exactly, bro.
I could go to the corner store. I could find a random corner store out here in the city and be like, "Yo, y'all need a new sign." Go to one of them era stores. "Yo, y'all need a new sign, yo. I'll hook the sign." They like, "Yo, really? How much? How much do you charge? How much do you charge for this?" And I do it on the low. It's all profit to me anyway. Like, know what I'm saying? Like, $70 worth of material could get me a $600 job.
That right there, that's real men of business, MOB right there. Getting out there and making it your stuff. Gangsters don't look for nobody to pay their way or look for some hand down. That's crazy, bro. I never see men get on the internet and cry about handouts. Like, man, you serious, bro? You okay with welfare and Social Security SSD? So when they turn the tap off, what you gonna do? Cry some more?
Yup.
That's the thing about you waiting for the government handout. When they turn it off, then what you going to do? Cry, shoot yourself, go nuts?
Calling everybody stupid because they believe in the Bible or
it's crazy,
whatever.
man.
But like,
I never attack somebody's religion or beliefs, man. That's their beliefs. You can't attack somebody's belief. They believe in that so hard that that's between them and their God. That's something personal. That's wrong. When people sit there and attack people's beliefs, man, that's so wrong.
Yep, it is. It is. It's sick. You know what I mean? Because that's somebody's spirit. That's the thing that makes them right. They make them right when they wake up in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When they go to bed at night. You can't take that from somebody.
If that's making them happy and a better person, why are you upset at that? Because they're not following you? It's crazy, man. They want us all to think alike. Like no man thinks like the next man. Like they say, oh, you're a weirdo. You're a cracker. Oh, you're half white. Well, listen. No, what's weird is you as a man wanting me to follow you. What man follows another man?
Yep.
I'm not following you nowhere, bro. I got these bills to pay. I'm gonna get my butt up and go to work and maintain mine. Let
me lay this one on you. Mr. Drip got exposed. I'm gonna send you the link. You know what? I should play the video.
You should have put. Because I didn't like how they tried to come on you the other day with that nonsense. I was there. I was watching that. I didn't like that. Like, yo, these niggas is funny, man. I don't mean to say like these, but they funny, bro. Like that was some whack. That was so whack for him to say. He's a narcissist.
Yeah,
he wants to control something. Shut up. Who are you talking to, dude? I ain't your little kid, boy. You ain't going to come out here and do nothing. You won't even go to Philly to see Solomon, and he was willing to pay the ticket.
That nigga hanging out all night on the internet, right? Sitting in the car or something. You don't see no woman.
Yeah.
No. You don't see no.
Like, yo, I wish he would have went over there to Solomon, and Solomon got done with him and dropped him off over here in Camden. Straight up. Show you how we really get down, boy. Oh, that San Francisco. Like, come on, what we know about San Francisco in the world, bro? The Rainbow Bright City. They're the capital of the Rainbow Bright.
A man from San Francisco done expose them.
Yeah, man, like, come on, man. These dudes are, when you see that dude, when you see him outside in front of wherever he's coming from, you see nothing but suburbs. All these lovely trees and stuff. I don't see no city buildings, no brick.
You ever seen that video? You ever seen that video?
Which one?
The one with him with the dude saying that he had chased her. I ain't gonna say the whole thing that he had chased her.
I didn't see it, son. I didn't see it.
Everything. And they got a well-known, like, gay San Francisco YouTuber.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They got to
I'll beat you up, nigga. I'll punch you in your liver. I'll punch you in your liver and have you rolling on the ground talking about, please call the paramedics. I'm about to split my liver up. I'll punch you in your liver, bro, with a body shot and drop you down, my dude. Like, bring that big giant down. Hit him in his liver.
Like, you know what I'm saying? We just gonna talk indirectly because they be watching this. Not watching, like he's scared of watching, but they'll try to. We might say
no names. We gonna talk in riddles and codes.
Like, you know what I mean? But like I told him the other night, I'm like, bro, I started messing with you because I like the direction that you was going, and I support like what you was doing. So that's it. Like that's the end of it. I ride my own wave. Like, you know what I mean?
Then it got all tough and stupid. And then the dude, I'm gonna say it like this. It rhymes with his name, Goofy.
Yep.
His name begins with a K, but it rhymes with Goofy. Everything those dudes say, he hangs on to it. Like, yes, sir. Okay, sir. He says, shut up, get off. I'm putting you off the panel. Okay, sir. I'll be right back. Whenever you're ready to put me back on, I'll be back. Like, yo, dog, you are a yes, sir. Like, are you a woman or a man? These dudes is coming at your own neck, and they supposed to be your boys, and they putting you in place, like, and you just go sit in the corner like a little kid. Everything I say or do or show, he gets right jealous. Like, oh yeah, I'm driving a Lexus. Oh, a Lexus ain't nothing but a Toyota Camry, you dummy. Come up to speed. My Lexus got the Avalon chassis. This is what I mean by these dudes, like, oh, and they got a nerve to be talking about Ford and Dodge. Like, are you serious, bro? You gonna try to compare your Ford or your Dodge to a Lexus? Like, get out of here. Where do y'all come from, dude? Like, These dudes are so phony, bro. And then look, you see my chains? Oh, your chains are alloy. They're hollow. Then he got a nerve to put on his chain. It's a big gold chain with a medallion like soap on a rope.
And not
like,
even
big cornball.
Not even
still got to pull out a chain with a soap on a rope chain, bro. Like, are you serious, dude? Like every little thing. I show my pit bull on the screen. Now he wants to get a pit bull for his screenshot. He was a follower, dude. Like, grow up. Well, you are grown, and you're sitting there trying to be a young boy and hang with the young boys, but like you're so played out. You playing yourself, old man.
This how they work, though, right? He ain't never
live laying on a king size bed. Talking about my bed is a king size bed. We all men over here. Why are you talking about your king size bed, dude? Nobody want to see you rolling in your king size bed when you're talking to a whole panel of men.
Yup, with nothing in it.
Yeah, you want to invite men to your bedroom. Who does that, bro?
You got a bedroom. You living with somebody else.
Look at my bedroom. Look at my king size bed. You mean your girl's king size bed? Funny dudes, like, man, these dudes, man, they never seen no part of the bricks. That's what when dudes are like, they never seen no part of the bricks, bro. No parts of the bricks.
It's really sad. And the thing, Killer B always hating. And so, no, I'm educating people not to cater to this.
Exactly.
Not time on this. I'm not telling them to watch Killer B the Witch Finder General. Please like, share, and subscribe, though. But, but I'm not. I don't need all of y'all niggas. Like, I don't even want those people over there even watching my, because they don't bring anything there to the. It's foolishness. It's all and like this foolishness. I'm surprised they wasn't here tonight. But you know what? I got a lot of people, a good number of people in here tonight. Know that watch. They saw I was live. They didn't really read the title. They just clicked on it, right? And they thought I was going to be talking about you know who. But I ain't going to be talking about you know who. I ain't talking about at all. And
they can't even keep it real with a dude on the internet. How they going to keep it real with somebody in real life? Like, he needs somebody
to build his channel back up. Because me talking about him, people want to know who he is and stuff like that. So, that's what they want too. They want the attention.
And that's what they do. You're right, Killer B. They sit there and it's all a hustle. And they go after black people using these resentment talk points because they know they're gonna get black people in their feelings to support it. And it's just popular talking points that's been regurgitated by white liberals ever since the days of Malcolm X. And Malcolm X warned us of these white liberals, but they pick it up.
A wannabe cult leader that calls himself a priest, and he did that video today. He did that video today, and he lied from the first second to the last. He put up a fake picture of me, called me a pedophile, called me an ex-con, said I went to jail for beating up a woman. Said, what else he said? He said that, oh yeah, Negi's my boyfriend. He said, yo, this dude crazy. Yeah.
Come on, man. And then that's what kills me too when dudes start talking like that. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Why are we talking about that, bro?
Charlemagne gonna sit up there and lie and play a clip saying, I flagged you to Nazareth channel. You want to see my report history? I told you on that stream that
yeah, because Witch Convert tried to say that too. Drip Drop tried to say the same thing.
Yep.
Oh, that was Killer B. We all know it was you, Drip Drop. You told on yourself.
And you know what he did Tuesday? Like, I didn't pay because I got a different number. Like that other number, I looked at the number today, at that phone today. He texted me, yo, let me get the pictures the tranny dude living in her homeboy house. Like,
then he forgot how he's tried to step to you online the other night with all that tough guy stuff. You feel me? Like, come on, bro.
The next day, he gonna text me. He never texted me.
I told you it's all a joke, bro. It's all for show. That's what they doing. They putting on a circus show.
Yeah.
And that's why when I go over there and they try to put me on blast, I flip on them and turn their whole live up and just scream on them like they my kids. Then, oh, he's crazy. Look, he's a weirdo. Nah, nigga, you getting screamed on like Elroy, little boy. and you won't come over here and do nothing. I dropped my location. You saw my address. Now pull up. Don't waste your time, dude, because you know what's going to happen to you once you come to Camden. You can talk all that tough guy stuff over there. We in Camden, we brothers over here in Camden, we eat stuff like that for breakfast, my dude. Like, these niggas never seen no parts of a war, bro. They don't know what real beef is, bro. They so fake. That's why they hide behind their black skin. The only thing they got going for them is they black skin and they nappy head. Like, come on, bro, that don't work on us. You ain't down with nothing over here, bro, just because you black. You sound retarded. I know white boys from the projects will beat those dudes up. My homeboy White Al. Nobody said, oh, you're a white boy. You ain't allowed to be with unknown. You ain't supposed to be over here. Nah, he grew up there. He part of every bit of that project. He part of unknown. So it's like, yo, these dudes be talking this nonsense. It's like, come on, bro. Because of a man's skin color. Like I said, I told him before, it ain't about skin color where we from. It's all about the ability of a man. You know what I'm saying? Because a little white boy will ride up on you and put something in you. Like, yo, dog, cut it out, man. We all out here in this ghetto trying to survive. It's about money. We all in the same boat, white, black, and Hispanic. So stop that, bro. You know what I mean? I get a lot of love from Puerto Ricans out here, and Puerto Ricans are very, very deep out here, bro. And everybody that know anything about North Camden, you wouldn't even dare walk in North Camden and say what you say about Puerto Rican. Like, come on, man, cut it out, bro.
The whole tri-state area in general, full of
it's a lot of them out here, bro. And we grew together. Like, you know what I mean? We know they not from our mothers and fathers, but we grew together. So we all in this boat together as family. We all look out for each other. Like I said, I got a lot of Puerto Rican friends, like, yo, dog. And some of them are white, like Europeans, but he's a Puerto Rican. And it's like, yo, I'm gonna play you out because you a white boy. Nah, dog, we don't do that over here. That's played out.
Yep. Like, we so used to Puerto Ricans that, like, we're not used to other type of Hispanic people. So
exactly,
like, Dominican or Guatemala or whatever, we call them.
It's all Puerto Rican up here. Yeah, you're right, man. All Puerto Ricans, bro.
Yeah, we call them all Puerto Rican. But
and I got mad love for them too. I got mad love for the yellow, for real, bro. Like I said, I got surrounded by Latin kings before, and then they gave me a pass just off the G code. Like, word is bond. Like, I ain't got nothing against them, bro. I got nothing but love for them dudes. And they all up and down East Camden. But their main spot is North Camden. And ain't nobody going to North Camden talking about no damn Puerto Ricans, man. You won't go home. You be stuck in North Camden.
But, like, I've just been observing. Like, we're talking and real information comes out and it gets stopped. Right now, the reason why, now me and Chris used to talk about this all the time with Mr. Drip, right? He doesn't know anything. So,
he's that green stuff that drip drops off of a burnt man's wee-wee.
No, but like what it is, like, and
stick to the boxers.
With the beat, right? When somebody's talking intelligent, now I have a problem with that. I have to go through that a lot, like around like where I'm at, right? I have to go through that a lot because like certain people, they're jealous of me,
right?
Because of my intelligence, right? I know how to have a conversation. I know how to, you know what I'm saying, about real stuff. Like, know what I mean? I can't articulate myself the best way. But
and it's crazy. You're right, because it's crazy because I don't mean to cut you off, Killer, because when you got a man like you that's handling his business, paying his own bills, he's living righteous. He ain't out here breaking laws and hurting people, and he's intelligent. When you get a brother like that, they say, oh, use a Uncle Tom, use a traitor to your race, or use a cracker. Like, come on, why do you got to put another black man down when you see a black man being successful? Like, oh, the only way you successful is by kissing ass. Like, come on, man. This man has worked his life off. This man has studied his life off to achieve what he's achieved. Why sit there and try to erase that man's achievement and say, oh, he only got it because he be kissing butt, or he, like, come on, man, cut it out, bro.
It's like,
that's what they do, man. That's what they do.
I shouldn't have to dumb myself down when I'm speaking.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And what they do, right? So like, I go hang out in the hood, right? and somebody bring us up, and I'm talking all, they call out, here come this nigga with all the smart shit. That was the niggas to say, right?
Yeah.
And they can't hold the conversation. So what? Yo, it's like, dude, I see it coming a mile away, right? Know what to do?
Right.
They'll start talking about, yeah, nigga, yo, so gangster shit, nigga. Like, know what I'm saying? Talking all crazy. Cause
I know. I saw it the other night. Killer B.
Yep.
They pulled that same stunt the other night on you. I was watching it. I feel like reaching through that phone and spitting on one of them dudes, bro.
And it's like they can't hold a conversation. So the only thing they can do is the only thing that they feel that they have to hold them together or to make them feel good about themselves. I'm a tough guy. Yo, nigga, I'm a killer. He'll pull out the gun and stuff. All you doing is rooting your gun, just dry firing your gun all night, nigga.
Yeah, that little ass thing. Come on, man. I showed him something so big, his eyeballs lit up. That little cap gun you got, man. Come on, I got missiles. Stop playing, boy. You playing with real street cats, my nigga, that done been through there, been there, done that, bro. Shot at, pistol whip. Oh, man, I done did it all. So when these dudes talk this nonsense and then I see where they from, like, is this guy serious, bro? This rainbow bright ass dude, is he serious? He gonna follow the rainbow to Camden, New Jersey and find out that it ain't all that pretty, bro? Like all that, oh, I'm black, I'm down. Boy, please, man, you get your head smacked off talking that.
And this setup here, oh, I'm real. I put everything out here in the front. All right. So why was you telling us that you had a barbershop? And I didn't that. I was like, that nigga don't own no barbershop. That nigga ran here.
He actually made a mistake and gave the address to that barbershop. Like, I didn't get the address to that barbershop. Like, people don't know where that at. Like, boy, Google Maps. Like, yo, dog, you putting everybody else into something. Like, for what? If you want to play tough.
I don't smoke weed. And he talking about all this homosexual stuff, right? And he followed the Torah. But then I found he had another channel, right? In the barbershop. Him and the dude doing the channel inside the barbershop. He's sitting up there in the chair, smoking weed with some lesbians.
Right.
But you following the Torah.
See?
The way you say that you following the Torah.
It's convenient when it's convenient for him. Yeah. I know what you're talking.
You say it. Just like at the weird Mr. J, right? He claims to be following the Torah, but everything we catch you doing has nothing to do with the Torah. It's totally against it. We don't up in, yo, check this out, Brainstorm. I know you don't know the whole history behind all this stuff, how this shit started. We caught this fool. He calls everybody a homosexual. He did a thing. They called me a pedophile. Said I beat women and I'm gay and all types of things. But everything he says, he's been caught doing. We found him on a website before he came on YouTube, where he telling grown men that he like his booty hole played.
Oh wow. Oh wow. He one of those dudes that be humping on a girl and she playing with his butt. Oh wow. He on top and she got her hand right in his butt crack. Ew. Dog. That's the type of dudes they are, B. Word of bonds, man. A woman's not even allowed to touch my butt for real. Don't even touch it, sweetie. I love you and all that, but the minute you go to start grabbing on my butt, if you ain't pulling me to force me in you like that, don't touch my ass, Joe. You're gonna turn me off. But them dudes, they love that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Like Luther. That fool's daddy was playing with his butthole ever since he was a little kid.
Hold on. Let me tell you the truth about Luther. I got the video on my channel.
Luther.
Michael Evers was a beast back in the day. Michael Evers still he fell off a little bit, but Michael Evers, he can get up there with Killer B, how I get down. Like that's how Michael Evers get down. Like real talk, right? He used to crank call people. He was crank Lex, right?
Right.
And a tranny answered the phone.
Stop. Oh, listen, bro. You know he in Tennessee talking about you be down there with Young Buck. I pulled his car and said, "Yo, you know Young Buck was caught with that. You know what?" He was like, I like, "Yeah, that's your homie, huh? That's your boy. That's what y'all do, huh?" He was heated. Put himself on blast.
So he like the person said that he living at my house and he need to get up out of here because he can't take care of himself and all
Wow.
this. He put all of that.
Wow.
Yo, I took the conversation with Michael Edwards talking about. And
wow.
I'm gonna call him Judy. So Edwards called Judy. You know your Google, right?
Right.
Sometimes people don't block their search history.
Right.
Go on their thing and look
Everything.
at search history. This was looking up tranny porn and granny porn.
You talking about Judas, right?
Yup. and what's ill about it, I did a video.
I heard that one.
He he kind of like he mentioned the issue, but he changed what happened. He admitted to it. Like he didn't say the tranny thing. He said, "Yeah, you know, I be wilding, so I know you guys is watching. So on one computer, I'll look up something just to keep y'all wondering, and then I'll be real stuff." This dude, like I knew what he was talking about. I'm like, yo, this dude is talking about, because Michael Edwards didn't say who it was.
Right.
He suspected it, but when Judas said it, he mentioned it. This happened like 2 or 3 years before. But
I know. I remember hearing about that.
I'm like, damn, this nigga just admitted to it. I hit up Michael Edwards. I'm like, you gotta get me that video. But the video got corrupted, and he couldn't send it to me. He said
he wasn't watching Bubble Butts. He was watching drag.
That's not the first time he been.
Like, what do you get out of a hairy butt and some swinging nuts, dude? That look trifling from the back. If you just think about it, that's trifling, Jay. Ew, you want to run up in that? That's interesting.
And he want to call everybody gay, like he want to call everybody. You know why? Because that's what he is. He's disgusting.
Yo, son.
Happy with himself. He talks about his sister, his gangster sister. Check this out. Now, I just confirmed this myself. I sent to a bunch of women and didn't say nothing. Right? They said that's a dude.
Wow.
So his sister, who he calls his sister, is his brother.
Oh, man.
Let's check it out. You know the clip that I had, right? With him saying, it's not a choice, it's an innate desire, love, or it was like some gay thing he sent me in a Facebook message. At the time, it was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning in Japan, and I know his wife worked every day.
Booty call.
So who is he up with 2-3 o'clock in the morning sending that message to and messed up?
Yeah, you got to be real on the midnight, bro. You know that's the booty call. So you're gonna either be keeping it gangster or you're gonna be doing some other stuff.
Nah, I figured it out the other day. I figured it out. I figured it out the other day, right? I don't know how we turned this like good video and we just turned it into this, but oh well. But sorry, y'all. So I did my little Killer Bee research, right? I found out who he was talking to. He was talking to his brother.
Wow. What type of shit?
I got a receipt with the brother, the he, the she brother, right? On the comments of that person's post saying the same time, saying, oh, shalom and Yahweh with you and stuff. And her channel was all this, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Stud. She's a stud.
Right. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, I know that and everything. Like,
Well,
with the late, he put his mother on her deathbed. Said his mama gonna die because she took the vaccine, and said his mother and his brother, right, and his brother, got the vaccine, and now they got blood clots. You know how the Johnson thing say you get blood clots, right? So how do they got the blood clots when the statistic is only 6 women have it, and they're between the age of 18 and 48, and your mother's 60-something, 65 years old, and no men got the blood clots.
And you know, them blood clots at that age could be caused by many different factors.
Yep. Now, how do you you know that's wrong? You know you're lying in the first place. He up on there lying, gonna put death on his mother, talking about his mother gonna die and she gonna leave him the money because his sister / brother is no good, smoking meth and all types of stuff, right?
Right.
But no, it's probably you that are smoking the meth. You know what I'm saying? And he gonna put that on his mother, like she gonna die. I swear to God, I started to send his mother the video.
Yeah, I be praying. I pray for her too. I pray for his mom.
Yup. Talking about she Puerto Rican and she black. No, you got no Spanish last name at all.
Well, yeah, you know, you usually have a Spanish name, yeah, because if you're not married, your dad was, most blacks don't marry our mothers. We got that mother. We got a mother's name, yeah.
But she using her maiden name. She's not using the marriage name. She using the maiden name.
Okay.
Ain't nowhere near no Hispanic name.
Right.
She a black woman, so he get up out here and just lie. Supposed to be the Torah teacher. That's a damn shame, man. And you know what, man? These fools that follow him sit right there behind him. Sit right up there behind him.
Hey, look, the thing about the Torah is King David told you, ain't no man righteous.
Yep. And that Judah and those SOJ, sons of Jacob dude, they just don't get it. They really don't. And they never noticed that Judah Nazar never showed up on one of their live streams. They do live streams. I like
Davion. He's smart. I like him. He's smart and humble. Yeah,
but not they used to be.
Yeah.
Now, Judah done turned them into little Jews. We turned them before, they were little like chumps. Like, they wasn't about, you know how we get down, like, you know what I mean? Torah Nights got down, how I got down, right? They wasn't down with none of that back in the day.
Yeah, it was humble, very humble, especially Davon.
Kicked them out of the group.
Wow.
They wouldn't go to war with us. Like, know what I mean? We go to war with different Israelite groups and stuff. Like, we be in the comment boards and all types of stuff. They wouldn't do it.
Right.
So you kicked them out. Those 3 dudes called me crying. Literally crying. Why did you kick us out? We just want to know why. We just want to know why. I was like, yo, this little nigga's crying. I said, yo, man, my bad. You know, Judy be drunk and stuff. And
let me see what I can do, you know?
I'll talk to him, yo. I'll talk to him. I'm like, man, put these little dudes back in the group, man, before they kill themselves or something. Like, know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Like,
because they truly genuine, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like they not bright at all, but they genuine. They really believe this. Like I used to believe. They really believe it.
Yeah, they true believers, bro.
And they make their streams. They going over scriptures and stuff. Judah nowhere in sight, because he don't believe that stuff. Judah don't care about that. He care about his attention. I got this doctor. I was gonna do that video tonight. I don't know this one, right? I'm gonna do another video. I got a video of a doctor, right? The doctor. He does videos on narcissism. He did this video. Oh my God. Things he breaks it. Yo, oh my God, he breaks this. Yo, you can take and lay it right next to that man's video and go right through it, and you be like, damn. Like,
the whole shit.
Say like if Judy was on trial for being in the courtroom, and homeboy pull up homeboy and tell him to get up on the bench, it'd be over. It'd be over. The jurors are making a decision in 10 seconds.
No split decision. We all going to get this thing.
But a lot of black people don't know about mental health. That's one of the things too that hold a lot of us back, because a lot of us got a lot of issues and stuff to address. But they'll make they'll make fun of white people and say that we don't they crazy. They on medication. They supposed
they the devil. Yeah, they wicked. All this nut shit. Yeah, I know. That shit be killing me, bro.
You're supposed to take medication. If you got high blood pressure, you better take them high blood pressure pills.
yeah. Save your life.
You know what I'm saying?
That's heart attack and stroke.
Right.
High blood pressure, yeah.
So we'll go and leave it unaddressed. Like you got that shooter in Philly, right? With that crazy as hell, threatening his parents, his elderly parents with a big old butcher knife.
Yeah.
The sister at work, she called the cops.
He even punched his mom in the face.
Yup. And he gonna come outside with that knife. They telling him to drop the knife. He don't drop the knife. He start running around all crazy, and the cops shoot him. And the mama will go out there mad as hell.
Yeah, and you know what killed me at the press conference? They had a little 5-7-year-old boy come out and say, "Yeah, they shot my daddy because they racist." I couldn't believe that. Like, wow, your daddy got shot because he was running around threatening people's life with a damn Chucky knife.
Yep. That is a shame. It's a shame. We teach, and you know all those gangster people that was on the block, all them hood heads on the block. Hard as hell, hard as a nail.
Yeah.
You walk on that side of the street, they want to do something to you because they gangster killers, right? And this dude just finished beating up his parents, running outside, but they ain't doing nothing. They just sitting there looking.
Right.
But they just sitting there looking. And when the cops shoot, everybody mad.
Everybody mad, yeah. Now we want to get down.
Let him come up to one of them with that butcher knife.
They would have popped him.
Yup.
Same thing the cop did. Pop. They wouldn't even give him a warning. They would have just popped him.
Yup. Exactly.
Yeah. That's what kills me. Like, why y'all sitting there acting all mad because he got shot by the cops? You would have shot him too.
Yup. Sure enough. And you get these protests out there, and not some of the protests. Like I had to say this to myself before. So many people that are protesting, like there was this girl that was protesting like Ma'Khia Bryant thing, right? And a college girl. This is a girl that you could tell by the way she dressed, by the way she spoke. She wasn't somebody that was like in the.
She bright.
Yeah, she was a college girl, right? Go to school and stuff, worry about her grades and stuff in her career, and
she makes them out of her life.
She feels that, and she's been brainwashed, but not to the point of being out of control and like
violent,
crazy. Like she knows there's been some horrible things that have happened to Black people in this country, right? And she wants to make a change, right? She doesn't see it in her life. She doesn't see it. She might see a little something here and there, just like me, right? But the things that she was taught,
right,
not by her parents, most likely from school,
society,
and society and the internet, right? She feels that she has to go out there and protest to fight this injustice for the people that don't have the resources or the courage to go out there. You know what I mean? She feels that she's doing something for her people that are less fortunate than her.
And that's the way the white liberals worked it. Make you resent for not having what you don't have. And it's like you see in society, you want all this and you want all that, but then you don't have it, and now you need somebody to blame. And that's right where the white liberal gave them that fire and that person to blame. Everybody that's white, America's history, you blame them. And it's crazy because it's truly up to you. Life is exactly what you make it. It says it, and then you got those people that's in the Bible. It says it right there. Open your eyes. The sluggard will beg this winter because he didn't work the harvest. A day's work brings profit. Much talk brings poverty. It's like it's right there in the Bible. You got to do for yourself. It's not, nobody's going to do nothing for you. And then not only that, God, you got to earn it. When it comes to God, you got to earn it. God ain't just going to give it to you. He'll give you the steps to get there. He'll give you the means to get there, but you got to put in that work to earn it. And then he'll bless you with the earnings and the reward after putting in that work. Dudes just want for nothing. And I blame that on the welfare system by lowering our expectations. The welfare system did a real good number on us. And that's where a lot of this resentment comes from, the welfare state. What we went through with welfare, that's where the resentment comes from.
It's like it's so sad. Like I was saying about that girl, like she feels she has to go out there and help her people. Like no, but those other people that go out there and protest all violent and all crazy and stuff,
right?
Like those people would love to be able to get the chance to just go out there and kill people.
And just take. That's all they're doing. You see what they're doing? They're breaking in stores, taking. They don't care if it's a black shop. They even killing black people. Like how you protesting for a black cause, but you out here stealing and robbing and killing other black people. They're redneck. That's what it is.
There was another observation I had earlier today. Protesters, I looked at the date and the times that they out there protesting.
In the middle of the night, yeah.
No, like no. The middle of the afternoon, in the morning and stuff. Those people don't have no jobs.
Right. Yeah, they don't got no jobs. I'm saying that. Like, I couldn't even go protest and stay out there for a week. I got to get to work. Like, what are y'all doing?
I asked my father, right? Yo, did you march like in the civil rights movement, right?
Like I had to work.
No.
Yeah, he had to work, you know?
I felt some type of way. He said, hell no. I looked at him, nigga, you eat march. I thought it was just like that. I said, you eat march.
He had to provide for the house. So he couldn't take a day off of work. That's what these guys don't understand. A lot of men get up and go to work and work 6 days a week, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, just keeping a roof over their head. Like, and you don't speak for everybody. So it's like, come on, man, cut it out.
Because the way, it's portrayed to us, like all black people was out there marching and stuff like that.
Yeah. They speak in abstracts. You know, when a person starts talking in abstracts, you know something ain't right.
Yeah, he said it like I was just stupid for asking him some shit like that. I laughed. I looked at him. I said it just like I said, nigga, you eat march. He said, nope. I had to go to work.
Yeah, to feed the family. I had to take care of the family. Like, I can't take no days off. That's what these dudes don't understand. People work hard for theirs, and it's like you just want to erase all their hard work and achievement. You know what I'm saying? Just to get down with your little cause. It's like, come on, man. You want to erase all that black people achieved in this country just to destroy the country because you don't have what you feel as though you want. But you won't go out there and get it for yourself. So you demand other people to give it to you. Like, how do you sound? You sound like a little baby in a walker screaming for his pacifier. And that's just how they got them. Like little kids crying out for a pacifier. So I'm gonna give you a little check and keep you pacified. And you'll be okay with that. That's what you call lowering your own expectations.
And you be a sucker giving it to them.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, come on, man. Them white folks gave up millions of dollars to Black Lives Matter, and you still saying F them. They just gave up millions of dollars to these people, and he's still saying F them. As a matter of fact, when you see it, you see a lot of white people out there marching and destroying stuff.
Yep.
So it's like, wait a minute, you got a whole lot of white people down with your cause, but it's still, F them, they ain't no good. They're the ones giving you the money.
Yep. So no.
It's like it just goes to show how silly they really are, bro, and how brainwashed and programmed. They just actually programmed. Some of them getting busted by Democrats. Like, like, come on, man. All these people just come out to march with all these signs. This is organized. Somebody's organizing this. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what? And it's probably white people behind the thing organizing it.
Exactly. White liberals. It's white liberal elites. Yes, it is. White liberal elites. They're the ones, bro.
Not saying nothing against them, but just saying those are people that are doing the organizing because
they're promoting it. Yeah, they're promoting it. Yeah, they're promoting it because they're in their pocket. Look, a lot of them are corporations, right? And a lot of corporations in America is owned by China. So a lot of these people are in the pockets of China. So when China tells them to put this image out or put that image out that damage America, they don't care about America. They don't care about their heritage and culture in America. They're looking to get that paycheck from China, and they're putting this. They just all a smear campaign, just to smear America.
I want to say something on China. Right after this, I wasn't saying it like that. I was saying it just somebody with the skills of organizing.
Mm-hmm.
Just, don't let me forget to talk about China though. But with civil rights march, the March on Washington, right? They arrested a gay man, Martin Luther King, how to do the non-violent protest. He's the one that taught Martin Luther King how to do that. That was not Martin Luther King. That was Bayard Rustin.
And I bet you he was a white liberal.
Right. Now, no, Bayard Rustin's a black dude. Bayard Rustin's
Okay.
But Bayard Rustin organized the March on Washington in 30 days. I believe it, if I'm not mistaken. 30 days. He brought, if I'm not mistaken, 500,000 people to Washington, D.C.
Right.
For that rap. He organized that in 30 days.
Right. Now, see, check this out, Killer. We all remember the Black Panthers marched to Washington, locked and loaded, right, by law. Them boys wasn't stupid. They knew their law, and they was right in their law too. They was locked and loaded, right? You got dudes out here talking about, I hate mixed kids, and I hate you because you're mixed. Well, wait a minute. Are you talking about Huey P. Newton like that? Because he was the one that was the leader in the forefront going down there, and he was the one doing all the talking. So you hate him, and he like these guys is crazy, bro.
You got the black coats, all of them are
they're crazy.
CMS is mixed.
They haven't done any research on Noble Drew Ali. They haven't done any. I doubt they do any research on Malcolm X and who his family line is, and then you're going to sit there and say, well, Huey P. Newton was a government plan. You mix people. This is what y'all do. What? Like I'm telling you, it's like they don't care about the facts. They just want to make things up that sound good. These are good talking points that their audience jumps on because they're full with the black and white resentment too. And basically what they are, and there's a term for these type of people, these blacks with their racist rhetoric. They are actually black rednecks. Black rednecks. They were raised by rednecks in the deep South, and that culture they carried it with them all through the 50 states. Yeah. This is where the word chitlins come from, the rednecks, and they are participants of that redneck culture. And this redneck culture is also what I can say. How can I say it? It kind of it slows the growth of our potential because we're so stuck in this culture. And then they turn around and they decry racism. And racism! Look what they're doing. But then they turn around and point that same racist hate to other minorities. These are your black rednecks.
You so ain't lying.
Black rednecks, bro.
Out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Out of my mouth.
And if you ain't down with them, you got to somehow be a white boy, or Uncle Tom, or a bootlicker, or you're part with a white supremacy. But you just proved to them white supremacy ended slavery.
They want to do the same thing that they say the white people did to them. They want to do worse.
And then some of them think God is going to give them some type of nation. Like, here, take it. You got to go build that, bro. If a man tell you to sit down and don't go off of what you and your people have learned for the last 1,000 years to survive on this earth, you need to get away from that man. Yeah. Don't go by your understanding. Go by what I tell you. No. My daddies and my mamas did not die and live on this earth for thousands of years for me to just erase my whole culture and heritage and what we learned coming to this point. We got here because of survival of the generations before me. So now you're going to tell me, oh yeah, just sit down. God is going to do it for you. You don't have to put in no work. And while you're at it, you're hungry, I'll feed you too. Wait a minute, that's slavery. That there is slavery itself. If you wait for a man to feed you and your family or house you, you're a slave.
Yep.
But that's what these guys are wanting. Oh, you give me this and give me that and give me that and give me. You're basically begging this man for crumbs off his table instead of getting up and going out there and producing it for yourself.
Absolutely.
And you're enslaving yourself and you're retarding your own growth. You're actually retarding your own growth because the next generation after you, they can't inherit food stamps in Section 8. Yep. So when your mom dies in that Section 8 house in that way and on that welfare system, there's nothing for her to leave you. So now you're going to go through the same struggles she went through in poverty. So it just a rotating door, just keeps on going and going and going. But yet they go out there and they still vote Democrat. I don't understand.
In this country too, people that work hard, and if you still fall short, they got organizations out here to help you.
Yes.
If you fall a little short or something and you need some food, you know how many food pantries out here? Nigga,
yo, I think
he go get.
Hey, check this out, Killer. I think we got something like 14,000 doctors that came from India to America, and they live well above, a lot of us blacks through education. A lot of them came here to study in medical. A lot of the Chinese come here to study in technology and things and science. So these people do better than we do. A lot of them do well. So it's like, wait a minute, you're sitting here talking shit about white folks and this and that, but why do we got Indians coming from India coming over here succeeding, Africans from Africa coming over here succeeding and finding things, and like Chinese coming over here doing well, but yet you still sitting here complaining about some shit 400 years ago that you wasn't even around for.
Yep, places.
Excuse me.
For places where they don't even got shoes to wear.
Exactly, bro.
And they come here not wearing shoes; they be wearing flip flops.
Exactly, the clothes on their back. You're right.
They with flip flops on.
And they work, bro, and they work. That's why the Democrats are choosing the illegal immigrants over blacks right now, because the illegal immigrants want to come here and work.
Yep.
We want to sit back. And I ain't gonna say like all of us, like, you got a big group of us that just want to sit back and do nothing. We don't want to pay taxes. We don't want to vote. We don't want to partake in anything. So they're being wiped away and being chosen. They're being wiped away and being replaced with illegal immigrants coming from Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, and Mexico. And that's the future. So anybody that sits there and says it's okay for illegal immigrants to just walk in our country, your kids is going to have to compete with these illegals for resources. Yeah. And that's what they don't understand. Like, yo, you think the white man's going to feed you and your family for the rest of y'all lives? Like, cut it out. You got to get out there and produce for your subs to where you can survive.
When they get enough of them here, all the work, know what they're going to do? It's going to be woe on them. It's gonna they're gonna start cutting all this funding off.
Yeah,
be working. There ain't gonna be no more welfare. There ain't gonna be no more food stamps. They ain't gonna be.
And they don't understand. They don't understand what the census do. You know what I mean?
And you're gonna get pushed to an area in the country. Have the like out here, right? They had a neighborhood where predominantly black people lived in. In the 70s, it was thriving, black businesses and all types of stuff. Black came in. All the working parents are elderly now, and they decide to be drug dealers instead of going to school, and they fail. So when their parents die and the inheritance that they're supposed to inherit, right? The government is going to take that because they were incarcerated for 10 years. So that 50,000 or 100,000 something you got from your insurance policy or whatever, that going straight to the motherfucking government. You ain't gonna have nothing, and you get foreclosed on. It's gonna be all this stuff that's gonna be happening. And
you're in jail. Yep.
They do what the people call gentrification or whatever. They come in because they buy everything. The rent goes up, prices of everything go up. Now you're gonna have to move to the worst area.
Exactly, because you can't afford a good area like you used to.
Where they got in the water. And
that's what illegal immigration do. It raises rent in our neighborhoods. The employers don't want to give out raises and raise your income up. You gotta Medicaid and Medicare is getting slashed, welfare is getting slashed because they're giving it to these people. You should never want an immigrant to come to your nation that's just coming here for welfare.
Yep. They got
because you're paying for that,
right? And you go to the valley. The valley.
Oh yeah. You know I know.
Bad. And you see white people worse. This is worse as niggas, and it's scary. And now that's where all the people in the city where they're doing the gentrification, they cleaned up everything and stuff. They're starting to move all those people to the valley.
Right.
And that's hard living out there. Nothing is in the middle of fucking nowhere. And it's crime, it's fucked up old houses, rundown houses, paint, asbestos. Like they got well water. It's like it's not city water. The water coming out the ground. It might be some. It's from the World War when it had the wartime. They were making all the bullets because like out here, that's where they make all the guns and stuff. Like, Remington Arms, Colt. What's the other gun company? There's another gun company that was out. Yeah, and all that stuff was out here, like tank engines. So this area was all factories making guns, making the trigger mechanism, making the barrels, doing all the tank things for parts for tanks. Is a big 2-foot die like area, like you know, like the CNC.
Yeah, we was making the battleships over here in New Jersey. In Camdenport. Yeah, we was making battleships for World War II. The Indianapolis, I think we made the Indianapolis here in Camden, and there was another one we made right here in Camden Shipyard. Yeah.
The industry is gone now, so all all abandoned buildings.
Right, skeleton.
So all the people that had jobs and stuff, those people are long gone. It's just very low income living. Like, and it's nothing.
Welfare state.
So
that's what Camden is, a welfare state.
Pollution and stuff like in the water and that stuff.
Oh man.
Water supply and all that stuff. And niggas, I'm about to get this apartment in the valley. Like, bye, nigga, bye. I ain't coming out there. But you was talking about China, right? I was doing like importing and stuff from China. So I talked to sales reps and stuff like all night. Like, I would start 9 o'clock at night and 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm done. Because 5 o'clock in the morning here is 5 in the afternoon in China. 5 o'clock come, they gone. Like they gone, right?
Stand of the day.
I have conversations with the reps. Like it's funny because like the rep, I just might have like one order to do, and it would take us literally 8 hours to put the orders together. Like it was crazy. Like in America, you could do that in like a few minutes. In China, that's all day thing. And you still might not get it done. You gotta go. You gotta show them how much you want. You gotta find the weight of the product, and you gotta tell them where you want it shipped in China to be able to come to the United States. Like you got shipping carriers and all types of crazy stuff, logistics. Right? So we be having conversations like we in the chat and stuff all night, just talking about all types of stuff. Some stuff they don't talk about because the government observes them. So like they get in trouble, they start talking about, oh, it's horrible here in China. Next thing you know, their ass won't be on that motherfucker no more.
Exactly. Yeah, China controls their government, controls their internet. Yep.
Well, I asked her, what does China think about like America? You know what she said? They don't know how to control their citizens.
Wow.
And I was like, whoa. And another dude was telling me like when they have like a parade or something, right?
Right.
And you can't leave your house. You gotta be in your house, and you better not look out that damn window.
You seen what they did to the blacks in China when the virus had broke out? They were telling all the Africans, "You're not welcome no more. Get out of the hotels and motels and the housing they put them in." And it was actually putting up signs at Mickey D's talking about Chinese only, Africans not welcome.
Yep.
Everybody saw that.
Africans was doing in Africa when the shit hit. You remember France came out there with all the aid for them to prepare for it. What did they listening? They on that damn internet, on that damn cell phone, looking at these dumb niggas over here in America.
Mm-hmm.
And
Plot.
oh, that is a hoax, and they trying to kill us and all this.
Mm-hmm.
Those motherfucking Africans, they burn fucking the damn shit down.
Yeah.
They brought all those supplies out there to help them, and they and burned it all down to the ground.
Hey, yo, they actually got a video of Africans. I forget what part of Africa they were in, but they were chasing the Chinese miners after they closed the mine down and told them it was illegal what they were doing, illegal exportation. They caught some of the Chinese in the mine and was actually chasing them, trying to capture them and chase these little yellow dudes running in Africa.
Yo, it was crazy, but it shocked me when she said that. Black people, they think that we're gonna have some savior, some country is gonna go with America.
Like, come on, man. That's what I hate. Like the same thing. Like when I'm going into the Bible, like I don't. It's like I'm not trying to reject the Bible. I love God, but I know what God wants of me. He's not going to come down here and do none of that stuff for you, man. You got to do this for yourselves. If you want a nation, you got to get out there and create this nation with your blood, sweat, sacrifice, and tears. Ain't nobody just going to lay it down for you like that. And it kills me because, like I said, that great fight is going to be at Mount Hermon, Mount Armageddon. Why are you here? Don't you supposed to be over there in the Middle East preparing yourself for battle? So it's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm gonna wait for God to do it. Wait a minute, God, you wait for something to come out the sky and do it? They got us that trained.
You got
that trained.
Country. You got some fools out here leaving the country to get closer to Israel.
Exactly. Hey, yo, they just kicked out 45 black Hebrew Israelites from Israel. They just kicked them out, told them they got 60 days to leave. The Israelis in Israel just kicked out, deported 45 black Hebrew Israelites. No bullshit. They're not welcome there.
That fool said that, right? Know what I say to that? Bye.
Yeah, right. Like, bye. You know, I'm going back home to Jersey. What the hell? I'm not worrying about all that.
Let them go over there and get eaten.
These dudes going to. They see the sad part is these dudes is going to die before any of that happens. You'll be dead. That's the trick. Sit down on the sideline. Don't say nothing. Don't be vigorous. Don't you try anything, and you just wait. What? That's slavery right there. I just took myself out of the fight. I'm gonna humble myself and sit down and just wait. By the time I get done waiting, I'll be 90 years old on my deathbed and my children won't have nothing. They playing me with that.
What about the return to Africa thing that they had a few years ago in Ghana?
Man, you know how I feel about Africa, bro. They're the ones who they stripped out our ancestors of all their humanity and sold us across Europe. So I'm not too pleased with those guys.
How many billions of dollars they made off of that? Off of black people going to Ghana.
Yeah.
Talking about return.
You know what I said? Go ahead, Killer.
No, the trick. It was a trick. It's a trick. And I did a video on it, right? You can find it on Ghana. And if you can't buy, America can't buy property in Ghana.
Wow.
You can buy, you lease the property.
Ain't that something?
Check this out. You go to Ghana and say you buy a whole bunch of land, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to help your black people and all this stuff. You know how these people are, right?
Right.
And you build a bread factory. Say you build this big commercial bakery.
Right.
And you work there, you have kids there, and
you hire people,
your kids inherit the factory, right?
Mm-hmm.
They work in there. You can only own that property for 50 years, no longer than 50 years.
Wow. Sounds like communism. Sounds like communism, if you ask me.
Yep. After 50 years, the property goes back to its original owner. So these Negroes go over there, buy this land, build it up with the Africans, make
it belongs to the state.
Your kids won't know. You be dead and gone. Your kids say, my daddy left me a bakery over here. He came from America. And you're gonna see that Toyota truck roll up with all them Africans on the back with the
AK-47s.
And they go, this is my daddy's property. This is my daddy's land.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my daddy brought this, and we built this bakery. This was now it's mine.
And guess what they're gonna do, Killer? They're gonna shut up and take it because they don't want to get shot up with those AK-47s.
Right.
We know how they take care of justice in Africa, bro. There is no courts. You get dealt with in the street.
Police, none of that.
You get dealt with in the streets. You feel me?
This girl Zapara. Zapara. I don't know if you know her and stuff, but she used to be over here on my channel a lot. Then she went over there to the debate league and all that stuff. Now I don't know where she at now. But she was talking about going to Ghana. I said, you a damn fool. I said, where are you gonna go in Ghana? Right? Yeah, anyway, I said, okay, I pulled up Google Maps. I said, now pick a place. Pick a damn location. Right? I said, you want to live here? And I was showing the roads. I said, see that ditch right there with all that stuff? I said, that's raw sewage.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have sewage lines and stuff like we have in America.
Right. And then you got Luther blaming that on white people in America. Like, what the hell we got to do with that, bro?
Yeah.
All that manpower over there, they can't dig and create their own.
Vendors.
They need a white man to go over there and show them how to do it. It's like, this is what we're up against. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't do it, it's our fault. Like, yo, bro, God did not put me here to pay for your way. That's what they think. God put us all here to pay for their way.
Yeah.
They demand something from other people that they're not willing to give themselves. And that's what it is at the end of the night. Like, come on, man. If you want that, get out there and get it. You got a problem with being in America. You hate white people. Won't you move to Haiti? Won't you move to Liberia? Won't you move to Jamaica? You won't do that. You know why they won't do that, Lex? You know why they won't do that, Killer B? Because they're going to have to work hard.
Yep. You got that.
They're going to have to go down to the well, pump that water, bring it back to the house so their little sisters and brothers can take a bath. They're going to have to heat it on a stove. They're going to have to put in hard work. They don't want that. They want somebody to do it for them.
You dig a well, that water ain't like your house water. That's low pressure.
Right.
You turn on your sink, your bathtub, your shower, that water come out.
Mm-hmm.
No, that water don't come out like that. My grandma down south, I used to have to take a bath in about 4 inches of water. Right? You put the bubble bath in there, you don't even get no goddamn bubbles. You can feel back then they had they ain't had the liquid bubble thing. They had the it's like a powder, like a soap powder, like right? Right. You put it in there. Yeah. You be sitting on the soap grains in the bottom of the tub, and water come out. The water used to come out.
Right. Right. You see, the thing that kills me is like they never talk about the black leaders in other nations. It was black men who destroyed Africa and brought it to poverty. It was Papa Doc in Haiti who started killing everybody once he got all the power and became a tyrant. You know what I mean? Started just murking people.
How he said the white man evil, right? And talking about George Bush killed 1 million people in the Gulf War. I like, no, that nigga didn't.
No, he didn't. Yeah.
And those people
crazy, bro.
Americans was there. Those
they
people
crazy.
Man statue.
Yo, that war was over in 2 weeks. The first one.
Yeah. Literally. And people was like, hell yeah, this is what's up right here, motherfucker. Right?
Yeah, they wanted them to topple Saddam. Yeah, which I think was a big mistake too. So when they toppled Saddam, that opened up the floodgates to some nonsense, boy.
Yep. And the people, then I said, what about Idi Amin? Idi Amin.
Yeah, in Africa. You know what I'm saying? He killed his own people. Like, they don't even care. That don't mean nothing. Oh, he was black. He's all right. Like, what? Crazy.
I think the Gulf War, 200,000 or something like that. People died or something. But 800,000 people, almost 1 million people.
Look at Mogadishu. They actually, the warlords actually starved like 36,000 people to death from starvation.
Dang.
And these are warlords. You know what I mean? Black African warlords doing this to black people. Look at the Sudans and their war they had in Sudan. Like, yo, the millions of people killed. Yeah, yo. But you got something to say about white folk. How about the Asian Kopai? Who killed 1 million of the Cambodians in them? How about him? You know?
You go over there, and I watched this show about some people talking about living in Africa. They say, yo, you can't come out there like no American.
Oh, they're gonna kidnap you.
Buy a little house. Say you go out there, you get a little house, right? And you can get servants for cheap. The people that live in your house and make your food, do a cook, clean, and all that. You have a personal driver or something, right?
Right.
Fuck around and disrespect them people. See what happens.
Oh, they on your ass, boy.
Yo, you go.
You already got worried about getting kidnapped because they think you got that bread.
There you go. There you go.
They're like, oh, he American? Kidnap this man. We want some pirate shit. We're gonna hold this fool for ransom. See who loves him. Call your mama back home in the States and tell her send that money.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like our stuff are out in the open. Like we can drive in the driveway or whatever. Out there, it's like a wall. You got a fortress around your house.
Yeah. And they don't want to see nobody from America come on over there trying to shine on them in their neighborhoods.
Exactly.
Coming over here trying to act like you big dog. They going, man, they not having that.
You're made to put something in your drink or your food, and you get in that house, and guess what? Ain't nobody gonna come looking for you.
Yeah.
They're gonna be living in that house. They're gonna bury you in the backyard, and they're gonna have that house. They're gonna be continue doing everything they was doing before. They're gonna take
there is some nice spots in Africa though too. There's some beautiful spots over there to live in, some nice cities and all that. They are becoming more modernized. They are.
But a lot of those nice cities is just as expensive, if not more, to live in.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
When these niggas talking about going to Africa, they're gonna have to go to the worst places.
Right.
The way because the people that want to go, they in poverty here.
Right.
They aren't
you're already in poverty. Exactly. So what you going to do? You have to go over there and work real hard for somebody.
Hang your clothes up on the line, and you go outside to go get your clothes, and they gone.
And don't think you're gonna send your kids to a nice school or you're gonna say you get sick, go to a good hospital. Come on, bro. You talking all this shit about America, but no, this is where it's at, baby. You lucky you here. Thank God you here.
We ran out of syringes and stuff. I'm sorry, we can't give you this medication.
Yeah, you know, that's that program they got in San Francisco. Got junkies all hanging out in the streets, giving them syringes to do their dope. Like, come on, man. What type of society y'all want in San Fran? A bunch of homeless people on the streets shooting up all day, pooping in parks.
Yo, that's crazy, right?
You seen that?
Yo, that's
you got a nerve to get on TV and get online talking about white America. What the fuck is they doing over there in San Francisco, bro?
Yo, that Skid Row, that shit crazy,
man, bro.
It's
crazy because most of their politicians over there are black. The same politicians that rule over those districts are black.
Wow.
And like, look, Maxine Waters, she runs the district of South LA. Look at LA. You got all those tents lined up on the street with all those illegal immigrants living in them. All types of drugs and crime taking place. And she's living in the Hamptons in a $4.5 million home.
Yep.
Like, and these brothers don't see it. Like, y'all can't see through this. She's using y'all to play you out. And then she got gentrification coming in, moving all the blacks out and bringing I ain't got nothing against Hispanics, but that's who's feeling it. That's who's taking Los Angeles. Hispanics. They don't go, oh, the white people are coming back. No, they're all Hispanic, my boy. Half of them are illegal. And they're the ones taking your neighborhood.
I ain't never seen a homeless person sleeping out on the street in Connecticut. Never. I ain't never seen it. I seen it in New York. I see people sleeping on the cardboard boxes and stuff. And
underneath the bridges and stuff,
I seen that shit in New York. Connecticut, they don't play out here, nigga. You ain't gonna be out there like this, sleeping on the sidewalk. Nigga, the cops be like, man, you can get your motherfucking ass.
You gotta get into that shelter before get your ass in that shelter. They got shelters for them too.
Out all night. Yup.
Yeah, man. Like I said, man, my mom lived in Volunteers of America before I was born.
Yup, Maboti,
and she's a woman. You feel me? And look, these dudes talking about they can't do it, but yet a single woman did it.
Yup.
In Camden, the worst of the worst. Took her 9 years in college to do it. Ain't nobody give her nothing. And I'm sitting here listening to grown men complain and cry about somebody giving them something. And here this woman did it by herself. So it's like, bro, that's why I said they sound like biatches. Worse than biatches. Like, yo, I seen a woman do it by herself on welfare for 14 years, leaving us at home to go to college. Like I said, we was latchkey kids. Most of these dudes that be talking all that trash don't even know what a latchkey kid means. These are little 7, 8-year-old boys who got keys to their front doors because their mom is out trying to earn a living. So when they come home, no one's there to prepare them a meal, help them with their schoolwork. These are latchkey kids. And they talking about they from the hood. They from the ghetto. Don't even know what a latchkey kid is. Have they ever been to a group home? Like, these dudes is weird, bro. They just want to be down with a cause because of the color of their skin and the texture of their hair. But that don't mean nothing in Camden, New Jersey, bro. So I don't know what ghetto they trying to act like they from, but they not really from no bricks, bro. They ain't from the bricks because the only color that matter out here in these bricks is green. Green, blue, and pink. That's it. The color of that money. That's all that matters, bro. And everybody they're all in the same race trying to get that. And that's why motherfuckers get killed out here like they do. Because everybody chasing the same goal. And there's less opportunity. So it's like crime is high because there's no opportunity, bro. It's so low. It's just like, it's that bad. But when dudes perpetrate in front like they are part of this or they struggled in this just because his skin color black and then turn around and tell me you had a mother and a father, dude, you over here fronting, bro. You trying to be down with a cause that you did not grow up in. You're like, I don't care about your skin color.
Luther was raised by educators.
You feel me?
Was raised so he took the long road.
Mm-hmm.
Straight. He should have learned by their example to be like them.
Exactly.
Because I know they raised him to be better than them.
Exactly. And that's where it starts, in the house. It all starts in the house. You know what I mean? Not school. Not any. It all starts and begins in the home. Where are your fathers? You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have a father, and I'm not gonna sit there and say, oh well, it's his fault. I went through this and I went there. Me not having a father made me hungry, and making me hungry, I became how can I say it? I had ambition. You know what I mean? When you outside hanging with your friends and you ain't got 50 cents to go into that corner store and get yourself a juice in the middle of summertime, you ready to put in that work. And a lot of us took it to the wrong way and started selling drugs and stuff. You know what I mean? At the age of 13, 14, just jumped into the streets wilding out. And I thank God I never caught charges in that madness, really got caught up too much in that madness and took the right step. Because once my mom locked me up, because my mom locked me up at 15 for running the streets. You know, how many moms send their son to jail? Yeah, my mom sent me to jail for 8 months at 15 for running the streets. You know what I mean? And not calling home in like about 45 days. I didn't call my mom. I was out in the streets for like 45 days, and she didn't know where I was at. When I got home, she called the probation officer and got me locked up for 8 months. And once she did that, she was the only one coming up to the visits. Every visit, she actually organized for the other boys that were there because their moms couldn't afford to get up there. She actually organized for the vans to go through Kansas City, picking the mothers up and bringing them all the way out to Lakeland where we was. And this is a Calabrian woman doing this. So when my mom would come in there and up there, because we was in dorms, and she see 30 black boys, some of them Puerto Rican. It was only blacks and Puerto Ricans. They didn't look at my mom and say, oh, this white woman, who the fuck she is? Oh, we ain't down with that, man. They showed my mom mad love, even to where they allowed me to break rules. Like, so, because you couldn't join in somebody else's visitation. If you didn't have a visitation, you ain't allowed to go over to their table and visit, even though their mom is going. Man, my mom used to bring like 40 pieces of chicken, man. And we would sit there and other boys wouldn't have their mom coming up there. My mom would actually tell the boys, like, come on, come over and sit down and eat. And they were like, yo, that's not, the higher, like, that's not allowed. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know the council's like, that's not allowed. You know what I mean? You're not allowed to do that. We don't do that here. And they're like, come on, Mason, let us get this, bro. And they were like, you got that. Go ahead. I mean, I swear, my table would be full of all me and my homies sitting there eating with my mom. I was so proud of my mother, I would have her start kicking Italian to them. Like, mom, speak some Italian stuff. Talk some of that Italian stuff. You know what I mean? And they would be interested, like, wow, that's what's up, man. You gotta like she actually speaks it to like, hey, bro, they never in their life thought about disrespecting my mother. Like these dudes have no clue who they dealing with. Like, cut it out. My mom harder than all of them. She was in the ghetto. She was raised up in the project, single by herself, holding it down with 3 badass kids, man.
When I used to play
crazy, bro.
Right? A lot of the kids and stuff. My parents, like every time I play sports or whatever, practice, games, one of my parents is there.
Right.
Like, right? A lot of the kids had to walk there. Or they get off. Sometimes their parents don't even come there to pick them up.
Yeah.
We'll make sure all them kids, you know what I'm saying, get home after practice. Sometimes pick them up, bring them to practice. Like, you know what I'm saying? We live right around the corner from it. Like, so I could have walked there, but no, my mother told me there. To make sure I was safe and got home safe. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the kids and stuff. Parents don't come to pick them up. She was like, come on, I'll take you home and stuff.
I got you, baby. Yeah, you know.
I got the Dairy Queen, get some ice cream.
That's how it was back in the day. You're right, bro. We should look out for each other, man.
And some of the parents, you never even see the parents. The parents just come outside and say thank you, bring my kid home. Some of the parents you never even see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that shit kills me, man.
Get out, she don't pull away until he go in that house and close that door. My mother, they want to go maybe next door or something. My mother make them go in the house to make sure they go in that house. Like, know what I'm saying?
And when the parents are away from across the street, my mom is watching over them while their mom is away. My mom is keeping an eye on them little badasses. Yeah, that's how it used to be in the hood, man. We used to all look out for each other, even the dope dealers. You know what I mean? Like I be hearing dudes talk all this shit about dope dealers and shit and fucking dope dealers. Yo, bro, man, I've had dope dealers take care of me when I was a little boy, yo, and I thank God they was there for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we would have went without a lot of things if it wasn't for my peoples, man. So it's like, yo, man, you can't just look at everybody and just judge the book. You know what I'm saying? By its cover, you got to really know what's going on. And in those times we had less. You know what I'm saying?
The old lady used to walk to my house hard. We go on vacation. Yo, if I touch my lawn, just step on the grass, she called the cops.
Right.
My uncle, we go on vacation, right? And we would have like the garden and stuff in the backyard. And my uncle would go out there to water the garden, right? Every year, call the cops on this nigga. My father even took him over here to introduce him to her. Like,
like it's all good. I'm a neighbor. Be cool.
He still called the goddamn cops. Yo. That shit used to be fucking us up. She used to call the nigga every year, yo.
We used to get that same thing, man. People would not renew my mom's lease because of her kids. You know what I mean? Like it would be fucked up, bro. But then when I look back on it all, I don't blame white people. I blame ourselves in the way we were behaving. You know what I mean? It was our behavior, the way we were just wilding out. You know what I mean? I'm the one out there with like 15 homies sitting on the front porch, cutting the fuck up all day. And the landlord come through, see this shit. We just out here wilding. He don't want that at his property. So it wasn't my mom's fault. It wasn't that we were black. It was the fact that we were just out there cutting the fuck up.
And I didn't grow up with no type of racism. Like my parents.
I really didn't see too much of it, but I dealt with some of it. You know what I mean? I dealt with a little bit of it. But it wasn't like it was all bad. Because like I said, I would have white people step up and like, yo, you know what I mean? Cuss out other white people for speaking like that to little children. Like, how dare you come out your mouth and call him a nigger and say his mom's on welfare? I've had white people step up in my defense like, yo, how dare you? Talking to another white person like, how dare you? Boy, I whip your ass. I've seen police officers choke white boys up for calling us them people. And I've seen that with my own 2 eyes. Like, yo, he lifted this nigga up off his motherfucking boots and had him strapped up on a wall by his throat. A white boy, a white cop gripped up another white boy for calling us, you know, those people. Man, that cop snatched that boy up so fast, man. It just kills me when I see that, man.
But I wasn't taught to be racist.
Yeah, we wasn't taught at all to be racist at all, bro.
I didn't get a racist bone in my body, and I still didn't have a racist bone. Like when I was in the Hebrew Israelites, how people like crackers and all that stuff, right? I looked at it because I still have my white friends and stuff. But the way I look at it is that God's gonna take care of this. So the scriptures say this, I can't do nothing about it.
Right.
I still have to be here on this earth, navigate my life through this thing, do what I gotta do and stuff. Racism isn't part of what I gotta do to carry out what I gotta do in my life. Right. It's not part, it's not even in the equation. So if I'm gonna kill all the white people like they was teaching, then that was gonna happen in the end. You know, I don't got no say over that. That's just what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Right. So while I'm here, I ain't calling nobody no racist stuff and all that crazy shit.
Yeah. Like my father said to me before he passed away, like, you know what I'm saying? He's you know, in and out of jail all my life. Like he said to me, like, you know, son, I know it wasn't there for you, but other than that, was I a good father? I told him straight to his face, like, Pops, it don't matter what you were there for, what you didn't give me, because whatever you didn't give me, I went out there and got it on my own. And that right there is like, you know what I mean? That made him proud. Like, you know, I'm proud of my son. You know what I mean? He stepped up. He went through adversity, but he made something out of his life. And he's doing well for himself. Nigga driving. Nigga got his crib, got a child. He looked good. He dressed good. Smelled good. Son, you doing all right for you? He said, yeah, I'm doing better than you, Pops. So yeah, he was just proud of that. And the only thing he ever taught us was how to box. That was it. And pray to Allah. He taught us how to be Muslims at a young age, and him and my mom had an issue with that. You know what I mean? When he came home, he put us down on the Muslim rug. Had to start praying to Allah and all that. It was something, you know what I mean? It was something new. I'm going back to like 82. You feel me? Wow. So like, you know, my mom like, hey Ricky, what you doing? Got my sons down there praying to this and that. What I tell you about that? Because she was a Christian. You know what I mean? Like, come on, Mary. You know. Yo, and both of my parents are gone. Both of them have passed away. But mainly what my mother taught me is what I survive off of. What she taught me, how to squeeze a penny. Sometimes you gotta rob Peter to pay Paul. Sometimes you gotta just do without. You know what I mean? Just hold on and just be patient. But it's all on you. You know what I mean? You do the work. God will show you the way. It's basically like they told me, like, God will give you the direction and the way in life, but you got to get there, son. You got to put in that work and that sweat. And then once you achieved it and once you earned it, God will bless you. It's not, oh, I could just pray to God and he's going to bless me. It don't work like that. You got to put in that work. Like I be telling you, dude, yo, you out there, if you out there in the middle of a desert and you got a pick with you and you dying of thirst, you dig? You're going to sit there and cry for God to help you, or you're going to start digging. You're going to start digging, bro, looking for water. You ain't going to sit there and just die waiting on God to help you, man. It's like, and I hate that part. Like, man, you can't wait on nobody to take care of you, because basically when you're sitting there waiting on God to do everything for you, it's another form of self-loathing. And self-loathing ain't good. When you self-loathe and you pity yourself, like you pitying yourself. Like, come on, man, shake that shit off and get to work, bro, and get this money and handle your business. So when I do see people working like Drip, handling this business, I salute that. Like, I salute that, bro. I see you every day getting up. We may not click well, but I do see you getting up, handling your business. You know what I mean? You earning yours. So I salute that. You know, and I give much love to that.
Absolutely.
But the other dude, Luther, he just wants somebody to give it to him. Like, man, get your ass out of here, man. Get out there and go work, man. You can work at Burger King and Mickey D's and make more money than what the government giving you every month. And you sitting back there flipping burgers, eating food for free. So what you missing? You ain't missing nothing but a paycheck, man. And that's what these dudes don't understand. When you out here sitting here just doing nothing with your life, going crazy, you ain't doing nothing but missing the paycheck. And don't no woman want no broke ass dude. You can forget it.
So don't.
You can forget that. Don't no woman want no broke ass man, because then she gonna treat you less of a man, and that's why they get kicked out of their girlfriends' houses, because they less of men, and their mama didn't teach them how to be men. I had a single mother who taught me how to be a man. These dudes had moms and daddies and didn't teach them how to be men.
Yep.
Too busy playing with his butthole. Man, my mom raised some solid boys, some solid men, me and my twin brother. She raised some solid men. She wasn't having none of that. My mom actually stopped cooking dinner for us at the age of 11. Put it like that. She stopped cooking dinner for us at the age of 11, my boy.
Taught you how to be in.
We had to do it. You hungry? You get down there and cook yourself something. She taught us we had to cook. Once we turned 15, 16, taught us to get up and get out there and go get a job. Man, they used to have us sitting in the back of emptying big ass Mack trucks and trailers in 95-degree weather. But it felt good when that paycheck came. You feel me? You earned it, man. And can't nobody take it from you. It's yours. And that's what most of this, that's where you get your man, your pride as a man. When you make that check and you bring it home and you see your kids happy, you can take your daughter to the mall. You know what I mean? You take your family out to dinner tonight because you just made that. Then nobody, and that's what kills me when you got a job. They gave you a job. Ain't nobody give you a job. They hired you to do something. Evidently, they want your service. So because you know how to do this, I'm going to hire you because I need somebody to do this job. He's not giving it to you. You've earned it based off of your skills. And then you earn your wages through your skills. But he'll tell you, oh no, somebody gave that to you. You just got through the cracks because some white man gave you. Ain't no white man give me no job, bro. Ain't no white man come knock on my door. Hey son, you want a job today? Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. You don't feel like it today. I'll be back tomorrow to see if you want to work. That don't happen in the real world, bro. You gotta get up and get out there and go get it. And you waiting on God to do it for you, like I said, is just another form of self-loathing.
Yeah.
It's pitiful. Ain't nothing worse than a pitiful ass man. Hey, yo, killer, I got like 2% left on my cell phone. It's gonna die out.
Yeah, I'm about to close up anyway.
And I didn't even bring my damn charger, bro. But I might run out and go get my charger. But yeah, man, we already been in for 3 hours and 46 minutes.
Yep.
I think we both said what we had to say tonight, and I do appreciate you so much, bro. You done made my day. My weekend's gonna be so beautiful because of what you did tonight, my dude. I'm so proud of you. And the other dudes, they can eat one. You know what I'm saying? You put it down tonight, and the truth hurts. The truth really hurts. And you touched up on some stuff to where they're not even willing to go look it up for themselves. And if they go look it up, they're gonna find the same thing you found. And then they're gonna realize, you know what? It ain't no excuse. It's all on me. It's all on you, bro. What you want out of life? You want to be a little crybaby and think somebody owe you something? Well, go ahead and degenerate like that. You want to illuminate and make something out of yourself and light it up and shine on a motherfucker? Go get yours. It's out there. Go get it. It's sitting right there. You in the best country in the world to go out there and get it. So why you deny yourself? Because somebody told me I ain't shit because I'm black. No matter how hard I try, I'm just not going to succeed at anything because I'm black. Come on, man. You just told yourself you a slave.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. That's not how a man is supposed to talk. Real men get out there and get it. Like, yo, you in the jungle somewhere, and you got to fight these lions, bears, and tigers. First thing you're going to do is create yourself a spear. The spear's going to fall out of heaven. The spear's going to drop out of heaven so I can defend myself against these wild animals. No, you're going to cut yourself a motherfucking branch. You're going to dig up whatever you got to dig, and you're going to make a weapon out of it. Like, look, check this out. The Aborigines in Australia, right? When the white Britain got to them, they were living so prehistoric and Stone Age, they didn't even know nothing about metal. But they have you believe the white man did something wrong to them. These people were living prehistoric, not knowing anything about the use of metal. Stone, they were still using stone weapons and stone instruments, my man. Stone flint instruments and weapons and bows. When the white man got out there, these people didn't even know nothing about iron ore. And guess what? Australia has the most iron ore on it, one of the most deposits of iron ore on the earth. But these people didn't know nothing about it, and they sitting right on top of it. So they just show you the level of ignorance, and it's just culture. It's just really just culture. And I'm not saying nothing's wrong with it, that they didn't know that. It's just they so far away. Sometimes when you live in places that's just like far off from all society and civilizations, you actually become retarded in your advancement through technology because it's like they don't know about these things. And that was the same thing that happened when the British got to Australia. They found that the Aborigines were living there in prehistoric ways, my man. Didn't even know nothing about metal. But then, like I said, you'll get black boys come on this channel on people on YouTube and say, "Oh, the white man did this to the Aborigine, and this is why they look like this, and this is why they suffering so much." No. Them being so far from civilization retarded their growth into technology, and this is why they suffer, because they a lack of technology to get them out of that type of suffering. Like, you know what I mean? When man-made street lights, that's a form of technology that brought us out of the dark. Some people are still living in darkness.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say, oh, this white man, he ain't shit. No, he was smart enough to create lights. This man could go do it for himself too, but he don't take the time because he don't think that way. I'm not mad at him because he don't think like that. I'm not gonna say, oh, he's less of a human being because he don't think that way. He's all bit of a man, and it's just their culture, and that's fine. But they got to make some type of racial tension between it. Like, you know, like, I'm not saying the white man better than that Aborigine because he understands technology and the Aborigine don't understand technology. No, they're both men with two different cultures, and they just respect it. Like, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with them wanting to live prehistoric. That's fine if that gets them, if they get along with that and they're fine with that, that's their decision. You know what I mean? I have nothing against that. You don't have to be like this man or that man. Just be yourself. And then we gotta learn how to be indifferent to what makes no difference. Like, it don't make no difference. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. If you want to call God that, that's fine. If you want to call God that, you don't want to believe in God, okay, that's fine. He want to go sleep with another man, okay, that's his business. I'm not worrying about what he's doing in his bedroom. Mm-hmm. Just don't push it. And see, where we get the problem with people is we want to push that on other people. We want to make them be like us, or we want to make them stop doing this, or we want to curse them for that. No. Let them do what they do. Leave them alone. Long as they don't bring it onto society and try to, like, you know what I mean, make it the mainstream for everybody, just let it go. That's what they want to do. I don't care who he sleeps with or who she sleeps with. That's their personal business. They're not trying to put it on me and my kids. I got a problem when they try to promote it. That's it. You know, don't promote that.
That's where, like, I did a couple of videos on that, just to rattle and ruffle these people's feathers. Just throw it in their face. They hear, this is what it is. They ain't going nowhere.
Exactly, bro.
And I show their major contributions to society. So when you
we should kill them based off who they sexing in their bedroom. Like, come on, man, that's barbaric.
I tell you what, these people who you don't consider, not only don't consider them a human being,
right?
Don't consider them a man.
Right.
I was more a man than you is. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they get up and handle their business. They get up and they go and they get up and provide. They providing for their household. They get up and go to work every day. Like, yeah, you're right, bro. So it's like all you can say about this guy is, oh, he sleeps with other guys. Like, so what, dog? You worrying about who's in his bedroom at night?
I feel they had an advantage. The black ones, they had an advantage.
Oh, yeah, they use it. Yeah, they definitely use it.
They had an advantage because black society didn't accept them. So they fall into the traps of black society about like what we was talking about all
right.
People think this Afrocentrist thing, the white man, the devil. They didn't have to deal with none of that because they wasn't even accepted in that realm to even use that information. Because they've been beat up by the white man, they've been beat up by the black man. So they're like, shit, we're not fucking with these niggas. We do.
You know what else? Like, you touch bases on what we were speaking about earlier, Killer B. Slavery is still practicing Libya, North Africa, and parts of the Arabias to this day.
Absolutely.
And they're blacks being sold. They're not whites and none of them. They're blacks being sold.
Yep. Absolutely. Why them niggas don't fly over to them countries and shit?
Exactly. You talking all this back to Africa stuff, but you ain't ready to go into Arabia and fight them Arabs about them slaves. You're not going to do that. But you tell all of us we ain't shit because we don't believe in you. Like, come on, man.
They want to take over America, but they got an easy target. Go take over the dusty African people.
Exactly, bro. That's what I said. It'd be easier for you just to put it down over there, and you got your own nation. Like, build it, take it. They took it from us. Ain't that where we from? Then they take it from us. Well, let's go back as conquerors and take it back. Yeah. They don't want that glory. Like, yo, that would be so glorious if black men in America was to invade Africa and take the north portion back. Like take Egypt, take Tunis, take all that back. But they don't want to do it. They want somebody to do it for them.
The motherfuckers
That's
over
what
there.
pisses me off. Like we talk all this gangster shit, and let's go. I signed up for that war. Come on, let's go do it. They don't want to.
Nope.
They're waiting for God. Look, they're waiting for God to do it. That well, man, we'd be all dead. We're gonna die waiting on that. That's the oldest trick in the book. Just sit back and wait for God. He loves you. He gonna do it. You was a fool. You can't think for yourself. That's why they gave you that book, because you can't think for yourself. That's why they gave you that book, to have hope in something else and to behave yourself and don't be vigorous. Don't you start no trouble. Just sit down and be a good boy and wait for God to give it to you. You're a slave with that mentality. You just took yourself out of the game. He know how to take you out of the game before you even start. Sit down and just wait for God. He just took you out of the game, bro. You're not even sitting at the table. You're on the sideline now. You're not even at the table.
You next to the dog bowl.
Hey, bro.
The dog bowl.
You gotta get out there and get it, bro. You got to sweat, tears, sacrifice. It's not gonna happen overnight. You got to get out there. You got to be dedicated to it. Honesty, dedication. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Integrity. They don't care about that no more, and that starts in the house. You get that from your mother and your father. You know what I'm saying? Honesty, integrity, and hard work and dedication. That's where it begins at. It begins out like, look, you got these boys getting shot on the streets, right, by cops. They doing stupid shit, running from the cops in cars. You like the cop just had you. You're gonna jump in the car and run with the cop on you like that. Not only that, you got guns on you, getting shot. Like, come on. Well, where is the parents at? You will blame society, but you won't blame the parent for having this little badass boy outside, 15 years old, all hours of the night packing guns. Then he gets in trouble with the police, and then when he try to do what he do with the cops, and then he gets shot, and then it's society's fault. It's the mother and father's fault, because that child should have been in the house and not be 15 years old walking around behaving like a criminal and packing guns. But they don't want to accept that.
That woman said, "Oh, I be sleep when he sleep out and when he sneak out the house." And now you should be worried about your situation with your son to keep your son.
Right.
So you should do everything possible, even the illegal stuff. Lock, put a damn lock on the inside of the door with a padlock, so he can't leave. Nail the window shut.
Yeah. Put a bell on that damn door every time you open it. Ding, 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 ding. You hear the motherfucker. Like, where he going at? Yep. You have to keep your little ass out the window, boy. But remember what I told you. My mom got me locked up for running the streets. Yep. So like I said, I thank God she did that. She couldn't control me neither. But guess what? She had to trick up her motherfucking sleeve. Excuse the language. She had to trick up her sleeve. She knew I was on probation. She knew I went down to Charleston and I violated my probation, even though my probation officer did not know, because I didn't have to see her until 60 days. I came back in 45 days. Mom sent me right to jail, bro.
If I done something and the cops came to my house, my pops be like, "There you go, right there." Swear to God, he'd be like, "There that nigga go right there." What did he do? He did what? Oh, there that nigga right there. Yup. There that nigga right there. So enough. Well, I think Ramel battery thing died. You died? Yeah, I think it's the thing went on. But I'm gonna close it up and stuff. Thank y'all for hanging me out. There's a good number of people hanging out tonight. What up, Malak? Naboti, the Coco. Yeah, we won't be doing that Israelite thing over here. But thank you for hanging out. Like, share, subscribe, learn something. Shout out to Brainstorm. Shout out to who else is up in the joint? Somebody else is up there. What else is up in the joint? What else is up there? Israelite Nazarite order, his weird ass. Oh yeah, the bad guy was up in here. The bad guy. Bad guys, you still watching? Where did you learn about my channel? I was curious. I've been on some other social media sites sharing my stuff, so I was wondering if any of that stuff been working. What was up in here? Somebody else was up in here too. All the people I forgot and stuff. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm gonna try to do some more videos like this. I think tomorrow, I might do that early tomorrow. maybe at night again. I'm not sure. With this doctor breaking down narcissists. You're gonna use that. And that shit gonna be heavy. That shit gonna blow you away. So yeah, we gonna stay pounding out these dudes and stuff. I finally got Ramel up on here. I used to fucking have to block his ass and shit for wilding out in the chat. Like he wilded out tonight a little bit, but we had a good build and stuff after the show. So yeah, man, thanks everybody for hanging out. I'm Killer D, the goddamn witch fighter general. Shit. You got a witch, I'll burn they motherfucking asses up. Y'all know this, man.
Man can humanity to man, portrayed on the screen so vividly that you flinch. This man showed no mercy in the pursuit and interrogation of his victims. He was called the Witch Finder General.
No goddamn mercy. None. Not even any. No goddamn mercy. That's right, I said it. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that damn share button. Get this information out, y'all. Peace.
Witch finding ain't easy. Fucking trick one. Yeah, this one. Y'all can get your heads lost, spin away like prison. Intelligence agencies tracing data. Seeing what I did lately, amazing. They not seeing all the sheep grazing. Flaming pins of Josh, get rocked. Mountaintops go fly. Right enough, fight enough. Yet I'm so nice when I expose. Fuck y'all clothes, costume shop roll. Catch info like a stroll. Feeling old, so grab a switch. I'ma stole my foes cause they snitch. Since they can't ruin me, I'ma ruin them. That chopped off head will still spin. Burning witches in they sin. You can't lie, you can't die. I know what y'all said. Just as flesh decay, but eternally, I don't see it that way. Pave the road clear is what you said, but your cult gonna leave people dead. Claim y'all don't know you. Watch your desires overthrow you. Man fall down, man go boom. Mask wearing like doom. All caps like y'all yelling. That's a rap. Might as well be felons. Y'all words are lepers. On YouTube, acting precious. This the nexus. Feel the sun from the solar plexus. Taste the breakfast. Finding all those devices that detect us. Yo, show respect, cuz.
Yo, I swear to God, yo, I gotta make a video to this song. Yo, for real, I gotta make a video to this song.
What line of business might it be? God's business. Witch finding. Witch finding. Oh, that's nice.
Y'all be looking for that next buzz or some love. Watch the general pull plugs. Internet warriors caught up in dark corridors. Fiction like Mordor. Should've stayed on the floor. Y'all know no origins. Laugh at orphans, even though we got royal blood coursing. No more horsing. Real life's more important. Y'all speaking curses on yourself. Claiming God and no one else. Blast you off the shelf. Burn your whole library. I see him do it. Look, y'all claim and learn. Reading from the Jewish books. Y'all some cookie crooks. Lips caught up with a hook. Spooky beats drive me wild. Get stabbed, my knife holding child. Old man, old style. Used to pull kelp out the Nile. And I did it with a smile. Fake roots, smell vile. Rock like Hendrix at the aisle. After a while, see Egyptians on the trial. Yeah, you, the one claiming brew. Unglued and unruly. Expose their actions fully. Call me a bully, but that's fine. This is how you get bullied straight from the mind. Burning. We cats out there. You have faith in y'all. They read all this. They know all this. Claiming they speaking languages.
Be the first to see it. Be the first to talk about it. The Witch Finder General.
You got me right, yo. And I'm out. Peace.